Hey there, this is stream 256. I'm still setting things up. And I don't know if I have quality options. I'm going to check that. If I don't, then I'll restart. Hold on a second. I do. Great. Quality options plus. Plus. Okay. So, yeah, sorry for the delay. I don't know what it is. I think it was that I stayed up too late last night, so it took took me a while to get up and get my act in gear, get my butt in gear, whatever the saying is. So I haven't even put in a stream plan together. The only thing I really did was made sure that the stream title is correct, and I discovered that the last stream I had, I was one off. So I had put 256 in the stream title. The notes were correct at 255. So today is 256, or 2 to the 8. And I decided that there's just way too much clutter and difficult to read code in my game, so I'm going to just work on refactoring today. I think I'm going to do that whenever I just feel like I don't have a good focus. I should just go back and do more refactoring, because I don't think we can do it enough. So let me just take this plan from yesterday, or not yesterday, it was like 2 days ago. Today is Thursday. 3 days ago. Streamed Monday. Plan to stream today and tomorrow. That's what it is. Yes, that's right. Brain working. All right. This is what I usually do when I have my act together. I usually try to do this the night before, but life happens, right? I take the previous day's plan, copy it, and then I go through and delete all the content, and then I have a blank slate here and try to decide what am I going to do today. I'm going to be search and refactor. Kind of like search and destroy, only we're not destroying, we are cleaning up. I think we're just going to keep the plan simple today. So the next thing I usually do is I go to the overview, grab this link, which goes to the top page of my notebook, and go there. Hey there, Tim. How you doing? I'm just starting up my day, and like half an hour late. How are you and your turtles doing? Let's see. I usually go to log. You can see my attempt at being organized, which I'm trying to slowly improve upon. If you want to know streamers that are a lot better at me at organization, one of them just spoke. Tim Bidet, excellent streamer who's very good at organization, and also, of course, Adam13531, who is also very good at organization. So this is what organized streamers try to do. They try to put a plan together and kind of follow it and document what they're doing and all that stuff. So that's what I'm doing. Copy a link to this page. I usually like to go to tinyurl to shorten it. Get that. I usually close that and then use the tinyurl link to make sure it still works. It should go to 256. That's great. Close that and then paste it into the notebook for today's link. And then I will go into the game here and to the today command, and let's just put it in right here. I need to make this box bigger, I think. Okay, is working on refactoring parts of his game. And then here's the link there. Update. So if I do the today command, the new Twitch, did you notice that too? Yeah? I noticed that when I was starting. I'm like, oh, the infection that Twitch has, that the Twitter has now is infecting Twitch. It's like someone felt that they needed to make the font new and fancy. And it's like, oh. But usually I think that it's just me because I'm older, and that probably younger people don't care. But you guys tell me. And how are you doing, A squared? Yeah, that font. That font is kind of weird, isn't it? But is it just that we're used to the old font, and then now we're seeing this new font, and we're like, ugh, it's different. Yeah, exactly. Give me an option to go back. At least, like, YouTube has that. And every time I go to the creator panel in YouTube, and it shows me the new stuff, it's like, where's the button to exit? I hit the exit button, and it says, why are you exiting? And then they have this list, and at the bottom, I've learned that the bottom is just like, just get me out of here. And I press that one every single time now. Have you had any success with people using the today command? You've tried out a few times. Should work. It should work. Or you mean, do people actually use it? Not as much as in other channels like Adam's. It might be that my audience is just smaller, or maybe it's obvious what I'm doing, and people don't feel like they need to type today. But occasionally, some people do. It's super simple to revert the font. Yeah, like if you're a CSS god, right? You go in there and you change the font in the CSS. Yeah, A squared. Not everyone can be as good as you at CSS. That's the problem. So, actually, you know what? It would be cool if you could make an could one make an extension to just like revert Twitch back to the old everything. I think you'd like make mucho dinero with that. All right. Let me make sure I got my bearings. Okay, so search and refactor. Let's make this bigger. This is our goal today. It's like search and destroy, only it's search and refactor. Am I missing a step? I am. I forgot to update my Discord. Let me go do that. And I still have that in, I don't know if I have that in clipboard, so I'm going to copy it. Go to stream plan and say, sorry, I'm late today. I don't really have a specific focus, so I figured I would search and refactor. It's like search and destroy, only we clean things up. Kappa. And then put the link in there, and there we go. I've just put it into the Discord. I was playing around a little bit with Twitter and putting stuff in tweets, but I'm just not comfortable with Twitter yet. I'm just not a Twitter guy. So I'm not going to do that today. All right. Do you like the new dark mode design? It's pretty cool. Cool. With at least they did that, right? And you don't need the browser extension to do it. Yeah. Hey, they're playing with scissors. Scissors. Aw. You didn't like scissors? Back to scissors? Is it a seasonal thing? How are you doing? Sorry, I don't mean to tease you too much. I just noticed that your name is back to playing with scissors again. Playing with scissors is an easier name to say. That much is true. All right. I've been working on a secret project, and I'm almost ready to show you guys. Actually, hold on. You ready? Ready to see the secret project? There. Showed you the secret project. You can figure it out from that. I feel like most people didn't get it. The fun part of the name. Yeah. Well, I don't get a lot of things, so I can relate to people who don't get it. Hey there. Thanks for the follow. Yeah. You clipped it? See what my secret project is? I'll be ready to talk fully about it later, but I'll give you a little teaser there. And you'll be like, what? I missed it. And be like, oh, well, you gotta watch more carefully next time. The secret project. A squared. You missed the secret project. Anyway, let's search and refactor the code. So there's lots. Hold on. More secret project by accident. No, don't see the secret project. Crap, and I just showed a secret, didn't I? Yep. Oh well. That's unfortunate. Let me just go fix that. It's like a Monday. Okay. Let's disable the chat bot. And let me get in there and fix that. You know, some days you just wake up and think, this is not a very good day. Hold on. Cool. Let me see if I did that right. Cool. Mischief managed. Then I just have to get a new one. Hold on. Yeah, it's another day, another OAuth token leak. Oh, you figured it out, A squared? Yeah. Good thing OAuth tokens can be with revoked, huh? Isn't that good? Yeah, more OAuth leaks. It wouldn't be a proper week if I didn't have at least one OAuth token leak on stream. All right. And we're not showing the secret project anymore. I'm bad at this. How's it going, ND5 filter? I'm going okay, except for I just leaked an OAuth token. Yeah, whoopsie. CM Griffin, you're rating right now. I've just started my stream. How's it going, Mr. Sir? I just leaked an OAuth token. Now I need to get a new one, so hold on a second. What's the best way for me to do this? Probably just move this off screen while I get a new one. And I don't have a really clean process for this, but it is what it is. Okay, so I do that. This is my version of hacking the Gibson, where you just see a blank screen. I don't have a nifty screen like CM Griffin does, but I'm doing a little bit of secret stuff right now. Just a moment. Really? Okay. I guess that's okay. Hold on. Hold on, people. I gotta do some secret stuff, because I accidentally leaked an OAuth token. I need to get a new one. And I don't want anyone else to have it. It's mine, 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 mine. There's my token. No one look. No one look, it's mine. It's my token. Mine. And paste there, save, and let me run the testing. Okay, cool. And then let me do that. And I need to put in one more place. New file. That OAuth token is really new too. I feel sorry. Rip OAuth token number 10, huh? Close, and then let me pull in new OAuth token and enable. And if that worked, then the chatbot will come back into the room. Let us see. Within 10 seconds, I hope. Bot? No, definitely not a bot. No, of course not. Oh, am I missing the essential feature of the what do you call them? The little chat bubbles. I haven't played around with the settings in like weeks, so it's whatever I had set up weeks ago. Okay, so we're back here. Chatbot is in chat. We're back. We're getting control again. We've hacked the Gibson, apparently. I'm done with that. I'm gonna put that over there. I'm going to start that. Okay, cool. We are back. Let me get back to normal here. All right. Whew. Yeah, this overlay is made by CM Griffin. It's called Stream Parrot. And if you want to see him working either on this or on the marketing site for it, check out his stream. Beast photo instead of Kappa. Yeah, so you can use this overlay as a streamer soon. And one of the nifty features that I haven't had time to play around with much is you could replace emotes. So you could take that Kappa right there and instead have like have something cooler, like perhaps the Beast could replace the Kappa. I don't know. Anyway, let me get back to my business. Thank you, CM Griffin, for the raid. So what I do here on my stream is I try to make stuff from scratch that I like to work on. These days, it's this game. It's a multiplayer RPG inspired by the Ultima games. So here's an area of the game. This is all test content right now because I'm still working on the engine. I only use like fundamental libraries like LibreSSL, which is like a clone of OpenSSL. zlib and a few other ones, and everything else I write myself because I'm just weird that way. No, it's just that I enjoy figuring things out myself, writing it from scratch. I just feel a sense of accomplishment, and also I feel I can kind of pass that along in teaching. So I can show people how, like, for example, how you'd write a hash function, SHA-256. I've done that on stream. And I wouldn't recommend anyone do it. Just, it might be useful if you're learning that stuff, or if you want to see how things are made from scratch. And that's what I do here. So this is a test area of the game. We have NPCs wandering around. If we had players, they'd be wandering around too, perhaps fighting these NPCs. And the code behind this game is in two different pieces. So there's this front end you see. It's in the browser. This is the part you would get if you went to the site, this site. And it's mostly JavaScript. We use Phaser.js library for doing the WebGL stuff to do the simple graphics that I have. The rest of it's React and Redux mostly. So that's the front end of the game, which really is just a viewer or a camera, so to speak, front, a very thin front end between the user and the game. Oh, and there's A squared. Hey, A squared. Hi. There he is. Look, he's going to go battle. Yeah, so the back end of the game is in C++ mostly, with some Lua for the game logic that's handling this combat is all in Lua right now. So he just defeated those two slimes, and now he's going into the more dangerous area. Watch out! He can't see it because the game master, me, I can see everything, but the normal players, there's a limited vision range unless there's light sources. So he didn't know that those orcs were there until he got pretty close to them. Rami, you're going to be on my whitelist, so you wouldn't be automatically banned. Oh, wait a minute, I shouldn't talk about the secret project. It looks like A squared died because he must have respawned back in the spawn point. RIP. Yeah, so this is the game I'm working on, and the back end of the game, C++, I said before, I have a weakness in that my C++ code is really, really hard to read, and I've had this shortcoming for years and years. So I'm trying to combat that in two ways. One is that I've been trying to use the unit test philosophy, test-driven development, test-driven development philosophy, where I try to make a unit test for everything. So for example, I have a test in here, a test suite in here for the entity component system, and I think I even have one for specifically for the rendering system. Yeah, here it is. So this file has unit tests, and the file is over 5,000 lines long. That's both good and bad, right? The good thing is I have individual tests for very specific things in the rendering system, like that, hold on, where's the specific thing that would make sense? That you can see a tile 1 right and 2 up, right? Or that a particle works, or that a solid wall blocks visibility, stuff like that. That's the good thing. The bad thing is that the test suite is really, really long, and in the individual test, these are particularly bad. It's really difficult to understand what's going on here because it's just so verbose. So one of the things I want to do today, for example, is take this test and make helper functions that reduce this verbosity. So for example, this code here creates a wall in the game that we can make one line called create wall. And it would be much easier to read, wouldn't it? This test is creating a tile set, which is this thing. This is a tile set. These individual things are tiles that we paint the game with. And tiles not only are how we show the world, but also how we control barriers and visibility. So ACC for access, these are masks that are tested against players when they move, so that like you have to have the second bit set, for example, to walk on water. Normally players only have the first bit set. And then solid objects like mountains or walls have the fourth bit set, 2 to the 4, right? No, 2 to the 3, which is 8. Stuff like that. So that's blockage, barriers, and then VIS is for visibility. So things that block light will have a non-zero value. So mountains block light, etc. And then LT for light, that's what casts light. So for example, this particle effect I was playing with casts 4 squares radius of light. There's another one in here, right? Yeah, the torch is also 4 squares. So this test is creating a tile set which has 2 tiles in it, one that does not block light and one that does. And then we create a wall, which is of the tile 2. This is 1 based. Don't let that trip you up too much. I have reasons. So that's tile 2, so that means it blocks light, right? And then we have a ground tile, which is tile 1, so that should not block light. And then this is the code that actually starts the entity component system within the test. And this update will cause the information to be cached and calculated and all that. And then the act part of the test, we've already arranged the situation. Now we're performing the use case. The use case is where a camera gets added to the game. That happens to be in a certain spot where it should not be able to see the ground because it's on the other side of the wall. And then the expectation is, what do we expect to happen? So when a camera is added to the game that is tied to a certain server-client pair, we expect that a feedback message to be sent to that server-client pair, in other words, back to the user of the game, saying, here are the things that you can see. We call them sprites. And by the way, here are the tile sets. So this is saying we expect to see the wall, but not the ground behind it. The wall was the tile 2 one, and the ground behind it would have been tile 1, so it does not appear on the list. So there you go. There's an example of a unit test. And that took a long time to explain, and I missed a bunch of chat. What did I miss? You guys talking about the new Twitch font and UI stuff? Yeah. I wonder, like, again, I said before, I don't know how much of that is just people get used to what it looked like before, and how much of it is that things that really are bad. You guys could be the judge of that. Create wall at position would probably be a better idea. Yeah, so I'm bad at names too. So, hey there, Captain Stupid. I haven't seen you in a long time. How are you doing? And Toulouse, how are you? Oops. Stop scrolling chat so I can say hi. Is tile 0 the void? Why is it 1 based? I believe I reserved tile 0. So like if these are tiles 1 and 2, I think I reserved 0 for like null tile, like not like the absence of a tile. So like if I have API calls that say, give me the tile at a certain position, and like let's say you asked for a tile here, it would return 0 because there are no tiles. So like ID 0 is like the lack of a tile. I think that's why I reserved it and made it 1 based. You like how it handles zoom better? Now you can bring it to 130% instead of 150. Oh, that's nice. The font at 100% is bad. Well, A squared, you could change it, right? A squared, king of CSS, knows how to change the font. I'm not so adept to be able to do it quickly. I guess if I got used to how you in the browser just muck with the CSS, fiddle with it in like if I did it a lot, I'd probably be like, oh yeah, just jump in there and change the font. How am I, Captain Stupid? I'm okay. I have my ups and downs. This week was very hectic. If you haven't heard, Adam13531, who inspires me a lot, he had a super awesome day on Tuesday. He released Botland that he's been working on for 4 years. So that was a super hectic day, and I didn't stream because I was in his channel helping out the moderators. And it was a long day, and it was very draining. And yesterday I had meetings, and so my schedule sort of makes it difficult these days for me to stream. I'm sort of back down to a 3 days a week stream schedule, and it's so hectic, partly because of life stuff going on that I'm kind of struggling keeping the schedule and having a plan every day. In fact, like, here's the plan today, right? I didn't even have this when I started the stream. It was literally blank. And yeah, and then we had some weird stuff going on with Twitch, so I'm working on a secret project to kind of help me with that, and can't talk more about it, but soon. So it's sort of chaotic time right now. I hope to get back to, oh look, there's Develop It. Wary, as he should be. Watch out, Develop It. You can't see these guys, because it's dark for you. But yeah, they're there, and when they see you, they're going to chase you. I want to get back to actually completing the features in the game engine and then getting back to game content. Oh no! Rip, Develop It. He's dead. Okay, watch out. If you respawn there, he's gonna attack you. They're pretty strong too, aren't they? You want me to help you out? Here, this guy, we'll just delete him. Whoa! I have slain one of them for you. Oh, well, that other guy killed you. You gotta be quick in that attack. Oh, you almost got him. No, respawn quickly before he heals. Alt 153. What is that? Oh, is that trademark? Uh-huh. There you go. That's useful information. Let me get this. I'm both testing the point system and I'm awarding you for knowing the alt code for trademark. You need the 0. Ah, important information. Open the elements, look at the styles they're coming from. Yeah, I'm just not used to that A squared. Okay, this is as good a start as any to do refactoring, right? These tests are horrendous. It makes the test suite really long, and it's pretty clear that I can just easily like reduce this to a single line called create wall at position. If I make a standard convention about the IDs of walls and ground, that is, and what would help with that is making the tileset stuff also a helper. Did you miss something? Well, we were watching you get killed. That's you, I hope. I'll develop at I hope that's not someone impersonating you. I don't think you missed anything. Oh, that's a bug. You really don't have 0 points here. The points command is correct. The in-game display is not. Wait a minute. Maybe your points got lost? Okay. Wonder where your points went. Yeah. You demand your 712 points back. Hold on. Let me see if it's the same bug as I think it is. Hey there, HibDev. I'm okay. Ups and downs today, HibDev. I leaked an OAuth token, and apparently some of my viewers have their points lost. I think I know what the bug is, though. Maybe I could work on that today as well. Let me just check, all right? I'm going to peek behind the scenes if I can see what happened to develop its points. So let me peek. Okay. Haven't found your points yet, but I'm looking. Wait a minute. How come I can't see your... Wait a minute. What's your entity number? 3545. Okay, I see your camera because you're playing, and I see your capabilities. I see your input component. I'm not sure which one this is. What am I looking at here? Interact, okay. Aha. I see your points. You have 36 points, but they're buried inside your character component. It's the same bug that we were seeing with 715, I forget the last 3 digits of his name. Yeah, your points are stashed away in your character component. You have 36 of them. Develop it. That's the bug. I guess I could work on that today after I do some refactoring. So it got moved. It's exactly what A squared said. I moved the points, but a lot of them didn't get migrated, so they're sitting in the old record. And any new points I assign will go into the new total. So the bug fix will be to sum them and store them in the new location during migration. So I need to fix that. So not to worry, developer, you will get your points back soon. They are not lost, they're just missing. So the gone from the test environment or something? No. It's just that the points are missing. How did you get a point? I awarded you a point for something. I don't remember what it was. But you have more than 1 point, don't you? No, you have more than 1 point. Okay, so to lose your account is also affected. Sorry. Maybe I should work on that right now. Yeah, you had like 70. We're near the top. What's interesting is Newey's point total didn't get lost. I think what it is anyone who made an account in the game and linked it to Twitch had the point total get missing. That's probably what it is. Should I just fix that now? Yeah, we should fix that now because points are important, right? We can do the refactoring later. So let me update the plan. So fix bug in point system. So my understanding is that points used to be kept in a player's character component. Points were moved to the player record. Existing players who already were linked to Twitch had their points stay put instead of being properly migrated. Solution. I think we'll just on what we're gonna say on game start, pool points and store in player record. And that should work because even if like it goes back to a previous version of the game, actually no, I have to be careful about that, or otherwise points will get duplicated. I think when I do that, I can't go back to a previous version of the game, just like any kind of database migration. If I went back to an older version of the game, I have to go back to an older version of the data with it. Unless I can think of a clever way to make it bidirectional. Duplicate the points. We don't want points duplicated. All right. Yeah, we're gonna remove them from the old record and store the total in the new record. And it's just then if we went back to an older version of the code, then actually it would still work. We'd be good still. Cool. We demand compensation. Oh yeah, it'll be points for all. Yeah, exactly, Toulouse. It would be good for you and Nui, I'm sure. Hold on a second. All right. Where I need to pick where in the test suites would be most appropriate for this. Okay, hold on a second. Thank you, Toulouse. When updating the points in the new place, don't do points equals new number. Do points equals points plus new number. Yeah, we have to sum them. No, you're not getting replaced playing with Skizzers. I'm just recruiting more people in the Raimu army. Yeah, Toulouse is gonna help moderate because we're just having more moderation issues this month for some reason. I don't know what it is. We will solve this. Okay, where am I gonna put this? The army, yeah. Would it go under the golem because that handles points? No, it should go in the executor. The executor is going to do this. So yeah, let's do it here. Do I already have something for points? Well, playing with Skizzers is very active in Twitch. What can we say? Yeah, programming streams not so much, right? Yeah, only the good ones. I am just kidding. Okay, these have to do with login. What do I have? One with points? I thought I did. That's creating a player. I think these ones just had point. Oh, those are all hit points. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Here's point gifting. Gift points, gift points. Granting points. Taking points. Here we go. Link account success had Twitch entry. This, I wonder if I could just modify this test to fix it, because there's a problem in this setup. If it had a Twitch entry, that means it was previously. Oh no, this is when we link it. So that doesn't actually kind of fit. Yeah, the Twitch UI got updated. Co-visionary. I don't know, when exactly did it happen? I mean, last night it was the old way, and this morning was the new way, so it must have happened in the night. Then, like a thief in the night, they go and change the UI. Link account already linked. I bet you I just don't have a test that covers this case where we're migrating information. So I guess let me just take the one of these tests here. I guess we can start with this. This is a good enough one as any. And then, here we go. Try to recreate the bug here. The bug would be that that points remain in the character component even though the Twitch account, the game account is linked to Twitch. And that we are not fixing that when the game starts. That's going to be what I call the bug. 2 hours ago. So did it actually change live for everybody? And like the moment anyone reloaded, it got the new font, and they're like, "Oh no, where am I? I'm not on Twitch anymore. I'm on some lookalike site that looks like Twitch." It changed Twitch purple? What? How could they? That was set in stone, wasn't it? I don't know. It looks the same purple to me. Weird change did require a refresh. We would have been like super like disruptive if it didn't require a refresh, I assume, right? Too much contrast. Well, they had the dark mode now. Are you talking about the dark mode being still too much contrast? Sorry, I'm only like seeing like half the chat. Talking about the dark mode. I see. Linking. Okay, linking account success. Okay, this is the old name. Let me make a new name. Linked account with hidden points should be migrated on start. So here's a character and a player. The player's named Alex. Alex has like 100 points in their player record. The link to a character. We add the player. We don't need the test link. But I do need to add the old points here. See if I can remember what it is. Here it is. Twitch. Does it really matter? I can just put points, right? We'll have 25 old points stashed away there. And let's see. This I don't need. Right, so on mobilization, actually the act is mobilization, isn't it? Actually, hold on. When do we do it? Do it right away, I guess. The moment it's loaded. No, we can only do it when it catches up to. Well, hold on. If I do it right on when the game loads, the problem is that after the game loads, it executes things in the journal to catch up. I really wanted to do that first and then migrate. So let me see. I forget how I did that. Actually, the executor knows because it does that. So it's, let's see, it's probably during its startup, right? During its mobilization. Oh, wait a minute. It doesn't know to execute them, though. Because it needs to be talking to the other servers in the cluster and get confirmation that it's replicated before it can execute them. So that would be executed, right? Or what am I looking at? Commit. On commit. On commit. Here we go. Hey there, the epic unknown. How are you doing? That's a test name and a half. Yep, that's one of the problems I have is long names. Where am I looking here? Yeah, long names. I don't know what else to do other than pick names that aren't self-descriptive and just put comments here that explain it. I mean, maybe that's better. I don't know. I'm on the fence. Not literally, but figuratively. Okay, so when the coordinator tells us that a certain entry has been committed, we execute it. And I guess we would be able to know if it's the latest, right? If we're the leader. But what if we're not the leader? Oh, I don't know. Let me look to see what information we have in our state that might be a clue. Nothing really. Actually, what would be the harm in just as things are executed, migrate them? I think the problem would be is if there's a command in the journal that says set your points to 100, then we would wipe out any migrated points because we would just set it to 100. I'm going to explain why you do something a shorter somewhat descriptive name plus a comment is decent. You take Rimo programming language that only accepts names over 80 characters log for anything, including namespaces. Error. Name not 80 characters or more. Rimo script. There we go. Name too short exception. Coordinator. I think it was messaging. There's an up to... I can't even remember what it is called now. Cluster. Caught up to cluster, that's what it's called. Caught up to cluster. Caught up to cluster is a good point to do it. How do we know when we're caught up to the cluster? Right here. We know it when onRaft caught up is called. That's when we know. And when do we call that? Oh, Raft tells us so. Okay. So it's something internal that I did to Raft. That's fine. What if I just have it call the executor and say, hey, we're caught up now? And then the executor would do any kind of migration. Not sure. Let me look and see into the Raft code. What does it do? Queue caught up announcement. There's a self catch-up index. Okay. How do we know what that is? Okay, that's what's in our log when we become the leader. What if we're not the leader? What is this one we're looking at? On receive append entries. Oh, if we haven't set it yet, then set it to be at whatever point the leader appends us, tries to append us to. I think that's what this is saying. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yes, hold on. This would be thrown at runtime only. Only if the function's called. I can't execute that function. Its name was too long. Or too short. No multi-line stuff, one statement per line. Very funny. All right. Interesting. I'm looking at stats on the secret project. Huh. I like to see statistics, especially secret statistics. I'm wondering if I could do the same thing that I did here in the raft, where we just record how many entries we had, and then once it's committed up to that point, then we know that we can migrate the data. You know what we could do? When we know that when we start committing things in the new term, then we know that we've caught up, right? So the executor could just see what the highest term number is. Wait a minute, that's not good enough. That is not good enough. Actually, it should be good, because I'm not going to have any servers that are that actually have data from that aren't all caught up already. So I could do that as a simple thing. In on commit here, we have, for this log entry, we have a term number. We can just see if we've gotten to the latest term number. And we know what the latest term number is because we can do that on load. So yeah, let's set up the unit test for it. Yeah, the act will be that we commit up to that point. So how do I represent that? Commit event? Hold on. It doesn't start with everything committed. I guess we could put a no-op command in there. Yeah, I think that's probably best, unless I have do I have a no-op? Publish commit event. Like, these are all legitimate non-empty commands. Oh, here we go. Okay, yeah, I can just do that. An empty one. There we go. That's what I'm going to do. The act will be publish an empty command. And when it's committed, that means it should have migrated the data by that point. So it should have 125 points. And I guess we're saying we're removing that, right? So this is old. I don't care about this other stuff, do I? Blink. Oh, let me check one more thing. I wanted to see in the actual production database, is it just points that are lost, or is also the Twitch ID lost? It was develop it. Okay, the Twitch ID is also not migrated. That's interesting. Interesting. That's weird. Oh, I know why that is. Okay, that would happen. I know why that happens. Okay, I don't need to worry about that then. Good, good. Nothing to worry about. Your points are missing too. Yeah, we'll fix that. Hold on, wait a minute. Playing with scissors, I didn't think you actually made an account in my game that's linked to Twitch. Let me check. I won't say yes or no, I'll just look and see if there's a problem there. I see one thing. I think I know what it is. Ah, yeah, I see what's going on. You changed your name, playing with scissors. That's what's going on. Yep. Don't I have a command to fix that? Yes, I do. It's not a command though. It requires that you relink your account in game to get your points back. Yeah, that's what it is, skizzers or scissors. I'm gonna be saying skizzers now because I'm used to that. Yeah, you changed your name and my code is, but the old code I have didn't track Twitch ID, and so it thinks that you're someone else. So yeah, playing with scissors has 0, but playing with skizzers, watch this. Playing with skizzers has 17 points, and you have 0. It doesn't know that you're the same account because it's not tracking by ID yet. And Kankomatics should have points too, right? Is it the same problem? Am I going to be look? Let me look. I want to make sure it's the same problem as everyone else, that the points are just missing. Yeah, I think the points are just misplaced. We'll get our points back. That's what we're working on now. Hold on, one at a time. Kankomatics. Hold on. 3, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, you have 43 points. Yeah, it's the same problem. So your points are just hidden right now. We're working on fixing that. What are my thoughts on the new Twitch layout? It's different, so I don't know how much of my initial reaction was, I don't know how much of that reaction is just that I was used to the old layout, and how much of it's that it's bad. I don't know. All right. Thanks for that follow. Okay, so yeah, this is basically what's happening to Kankomatics' points, that big unknown. Playing with Skizzer's points problem is different because he changed his name. But the problem is that if you have 0 or more points in the new location and you have non-zero number of points in the old location, it won't migrate it. So we're gonna make sure that it gets migrated here, and that is collect the two and add them together and store them in the new location and make sure the old location that the points is removed, like it's not there anymore. That should be a false. This had to do with something else. Oh, this is a link, so we don't have any execution results. Okay, so that's the test, and I hit the wrong key. I hit the wrong key. Toulouse, I tend to err on that side too, that, oh, it must just be that I'm used to something, but I know sometimes things really do get worse. Like, I really didn't like when Microsoft Windows switched from 7, was it 7 to 8, and they introduced the Metro UI. I'm like, oh, I'm probably just set in my ways of like what Windows should look like, and then after a while I'm like, no, it really is bad. Hey, the traffic, how are you doing? No, it's all bad, yeah. Changing from the start menu, yeah. Exactly. Long link time. What should we do while we're waiting? Kill some orcs? Haha. Actually, I like to kill these big guys. Oh, slay some ogres. They will be sacrificed until I build, until the link is done. The orcs must die. Die, orc. See, they respawn quickly anyway, so I can never really kill all of them for long. Actually, I just did. Okay, why are they not respawning? Do I have a bug in enemy respawning? I don't know, let's remove all the slimes. No, I'm not sure about that one. I should have like a quick gesture where I can just delete, like not have to do click, click. I have to actually be on the right tile. Click, click, click. I should have like a shortcut. Well, that's interesting. Oh no, they are respawning. I think I just reduced the spawn rate, so it just takes them longer. A keyboard shortcut, yay. Vanishing? No, well, they're ceasing to exist, so it's worse than going to hell, isn't it? I don't know. I guess it depends on your point of view. Long link time. I'm trying to kill time while the thing links. I don't know, we could play around and add a new area of the game. Why not? And just to taunt my players, I will make it so you can't open it yet. There we go. And then I'm a mean game master, aren't I? So you'll be able to walk up and see through this, but you won't. Actually, the vision won't work either. So, but I know what I can do. I can remove the gate, and then we can paint over with something we can see through but can't walk through. That'll be extra evil for now. Or is it decorations? Yeah, this stone here. There. So, fact. Yeah, so A squared shouldn't be able to escape, but you should be able to see the new area that I make. Actually, there's a light. We can light it too. Hold on, I'm slow today. Since I'm waiting for it anyway, might as well just paint a little new area here. It goes off into there, and where are some, a torch. Sure, let's add a torch. Let's add some torches here. And let's put some rock walls up here. Get rid of that guy. And I probably should put that rock on top of actual earth, right? That would make more sense. There. Alright, link is done. Let's run the unit tests. This is taunting you. Actually, to really taunt you, it would be that I place some gold there or something. Right? It's like you can't get that. You can't get at it. Where was that? Items? Here we go. Wouldn't you like to get that gold? The mountains of treasure. Just outside of reach. Mean, I know. Place a legendary sword? Okay. Why? Alright. Anyway, let's run this. This should fail. And it's, yeah, so they still have 100 points, and the points are still hidden. So, let's fix that. Yes, I think what I want to do is when this first loads, we should record the highest term. And then we should wait until we see a command that's one higher than that get executed, and then we'll do a database migration right at that point. So, where do I actually load the thing? That would be on mobilize, wouldn't it? Or is this something the worker thread does? I forget. Or maybe it's this one. Yeah, here we go. No, this is just setting up callbacks. When do I actually process stuff? I don't see it. Load configuration? Wait a minute. I'm not understanding something. This subscribes to it. Something's got to call new entry though, right? Oh, the worker thread? Does the worker thread process this? Hold on. Hold on. Everyone hold on. Worker. No, this is just doing snapshots and stuff. Is it seriously waiting for a commit event? Well, we can ask the journal. In fact, we can do it way back here in Mobilize. We can just ask the journal what's the term of the latest last entry. So there's index last snapshot. That's not exactly what I want though. Let's say starting term and make that journal a get last index. Is that right? Yeah. And then actually ask the journal for that entry. Get. Oh, do I actually have? Oh, I can just do that. And then look at its term, right? Well, hold on, it's not letting me do that. Oh, that's right. It's this weird syntax when it's like that. And then dot term. And then we'll just add 1. And we'll wait for that. Wait for something to be committed in that term. And that'll tell us that the game has started. Alright, so I guess I'll just add it here somewhere. One of the things I want to do with refactoring also is alphabetize these and not keep them in like random order. Wait a minute, hold on. What's in this thing, game state again? Oh, it has a journal in there. Oh, right. This is the main state. Got it. Okay. Got it. Okay. I'm just confused for a second there. Let's just put it here. Hold on. Are the terms? Ints. They're ints. Okay. So what am I going to call? I'm bad with names. Starting term is what it's called. This is the raft term. During or after which commands should I answer this phone call? Probably not. This is the raft term during. Oh, I actually probably should answer this call. Hold on a second. Yep, there's this new tactic that these robocallers do now, where the moment you say hello, someone is saying hello in your ear at the same time, and no human does that. Usually, when humans interact on the phone, one says hello, and then when the other human hears you say hello, they say hello back. It's never the case where you say hello simultaneously, and usually, like the etiquette is that the person who is receiving the call says hello first, right? So whenever I answer the phone and someone is saying hello in my ear right away, and I haven't said anything yet, I know it's a robocaller. So yeah, it's a robocaller. Hey there, Romania Hate. How are you doing? This is the RAF term during or after which commands will be made. Well, I don't know how to say this. This is the earliest RAF term that will apply to commands created after the game's server started. I like that. I like that a lot. Phone etiquette, right? Robocalls popular in the US? Yes, they are. It's annoying. Solution to robocalls: never pick up the phone unless you see the person calling. Yeah, see, the problem I have, Tim, is that we have family issues going on now, so we get a lot of phone calls from numbers we don't recognize, and they're healthcare people. So if we don't answer the phone, we'll get a message back later saying, we tried to reach you. This is Dr. So-and-so. And we're like, oh, shit. Sorry for my language, but it's like, it's really hard to get a hold of some of these like doctors anyway. So I don't want to miss their calls. So I kind of endure the robocallers. When we get back to normal, where we're not receiving a lot of calls from healthcare people, then then the only people who call will be people I know and robocallers, and then I'll go back to screening. It sucks too. I would like to be able to whitelist all the doctors and stuff, but I don't know all their phone numbers, and they all don't always call from the same numbers either. Kind of sucks. All right, starting term. I'm losing my place. You know, the problem is I've been using Visual Studio, and now I'm back to VS Code, and I like lose all of the muscle memory. Okay, so there's where we get it. Right, I was going to do this in on commit, wasn't I? Commit, on commit. And I think we only really need to do it once. So let's make another variable. Well, next to that, we can have another variable. Migrations complete. I have to be careful that migrations are not one way, or if they are, that there's some way to detect that, so we don't go in the wrong way or do it more than once. This flag indicates whether or not game data whose format has changed has been updated since the game server started. Let's say previously constructed. Actually, what would help is that once when stuff gets committed from newer terms, we don't do the migrate again. We only migrate stuff from old terms, and we would only do it once because we won't get old terms stuff again. All right. Back to on commit. It's a data migration. So here's the data, and what we're doing is we're migrating these 25 points to the player points, so that it ends up in player points, and that this key gets removed. So this is the migration that will fix the problem with my point system right now. So that's what we're gonna do. That's gonna be one of our migrations. All right, where to do this? I suppose we could do it before. No, we should do it after. Yeah, we should only do it after. Only after publish here. Oh, this is executed on the snapshot as well. Yeah, we have to do it on both, don't we? Yeah, okay. So if not migrations complete, And entry dot term is greater than or equal to how come I'm having trouble remembering the names I just picked? Starting term, that's what it is. Then we know we've committed an entry that didn't exist before the server started this time. And then it's cool and ready to migrate. So we'll end up setting this flag to true. And it doesn't matter before or after. I'm going to want to go to both copies of the game state and do a migration. So we'll just do migrate games, migrate game, and then we'll do main state, migrate game, snapshot state. Actually, do we want to do it for both? You wonder that every 5 minutes. Just name this, or just read the number out loud. How did I forget it 3 seconds later? Hey there, Spheres. How are you doing? How's your game coming along, Spheres? Spheres is working on a game in Unity here on Twitch. You should check it out sometime. I know Spheres has been working a lot on the 3D model for a drone, and it looks super awesome. Yeah, so Morpheus Zero, I was working on Visual Studio last few days because I'm working on a project which is a Windows app in C# and .NET, and I don't have my VS Code set up right for that. I'm like, I don't want to waste time doing that right now. I want to get some coding done, so I flipped back to Visual Studio. It also has a WPF user interface. It looks like that. Again, reveal of the secret project. Yeah, so the WPF, the Windows Presentation Foundation, and like the visual designer that comes with Visual Studio is just, I'm just too used to it, so I flipped back to using that. That GUI, you don't like it? Well, it's an old school GUI for an old school developer like me, I guess. All right. Thing is, I don't know if I can always do that because I have this conditional. Why do I have that conditional? I think that's while we're making a new snapshot, right? Oh, right, I remember this. While the snapshot state's journal exists, that means we're creating a snapshot. So I guess I really should have 2 of these flags then, shouldn't I? In fact, I can put them in the game state. That would probably make sense, right? Yeah. So let's move that flag. Migration's complete to game state. Now we have 2 of them, one for the main, one for the snapshot, right? Maybe be careful here because I think this gets copied around a bunch. So I'll need to be very careful about that. Main state. I could do it here, right? You can do it here. In fact, this could be done by that, so I don't need that. And we can put that in here. I'm wondering why do I have these 2 flags when I could have put them in game state. I don't remember why. This is a snapshot state. And hold on a second. Everything else in game state was a shared pointer to something. Yeah, because they're heavier objects. Like the journal, the moderation. This is the right. Actually, I forget what mod queue is. Oh, this is essentially all the database elements. The entity component system, the metrics table. So these would be replaced by an actual database. So they're shared pointers because they're heavier objects with their own state. And I don't want to make copies of them unnecessarily. Yeah. Let me look at make snapshot. No, that's not the right one. On snapshot in one of these. Actually, I think I did a swap. No? I didn't do a swap? Or a move? That's interesting. Why is that collapsed? Okay, I don't exactly remember where I did this, but I know I moved stuff around. Like after snapshots are made. Would that be in the worker? Would it be right here, actually? Is it here? No. Actually, but here's another place where I need to copy the migration stuff. And this shouldn't be main state, should it? There. Fixed. Yeah, I need to do this here. Right here? I also need to do this outside of this thing here. Shoot. Actually, why is this inside of that? That's not correct. Yeah, this is a bug. We would not handle empty log entries correctly because it won't advance it. So yeah, this is a bug. This should be outside and we should do this out here. Okay, see you, Tim. Thanks for stopping by. Snapshot is an inactive session. So no, the way I have it designed is there's a main journal that's constantly like advancing the state of the game, but then when the journal gets too long, we want to make a new snapshot of the game. But taking a snapshot is a lengthy process. It could take, a significant amount of time. So I start that in parallel. So while we're creating the snapshot, we're getting more things added to the journal. So at the point the snapshot's done, there's a reconciliation at the end where the snapshot is completely synchronized with the current state, and then we save it off to disk again in parallel. So the snapshot state is sort of a parallel state that we freeze it in place for a while to write it to disk, and then we have it catch up a bit again. So kind of it goes in parallel with the main game state and kind of mirrors it, but it will pause momentarily to get serialized. Yeah. Twitch changed? Yep, Twitch changed. Think there's a lighting bug when you're dead? Interesting. I'll have to look into that. We'll look into that in a bit. Do you think C++ will be enough? I have this learn command that talks about it. I would not do C++ when you're starting to learn programming. I would pick something like Python or JavaScript or HTML or something like that. I'm using C++ because I've been using it for years, and I'm used to it, which is good and bad. I think I have some bad habits coding, like this is too messy. But the good thing is I can write things quickly and get things working, you know, and I'm comfortable with it. You should always be using tools that you're comfortable with and that make sense for the job you're doing. And it's not going to be like only one language that's appropriate. Usually any kind of programming project, out of all the programming languages, there'll be a subset of languages that are appropriate. And then out of that subset, you pick the one you want, like based off of other factors, like people you're working with, are they okay with it? Are you okay with any gotchas or downsides to the language? Stuff like that, right? Yeah, that conditional is tricky. I think in the real game that never happens. But technically we should only execute commands that are not null, but we do want to do this migration and this regardless. So that gets out there. And I don't need to publish the entry. I guess we can. It's just that the results will be null. Actually, I can fix that by doing that, right? Fixed. And I guess we would do the same thing for the snapshot state. So gotta repeat this actually. Oh, let me flip the order of these. There we go. Right, so if the snapshot state journal's existence means that the snapshot is frozen and we shouldn't execute commands on it. So if it's false, that means it's not being serialized, and so we're going to have it go in parallel. So essentially the same thing here. It should probably, a refactoring step would be to take this and make it a separate function that we call twice with different game state. But I am lazy right now. I just want to get this working. So yeah, so this part goes in and this part goes out. Right? I think that's right. Cool. So I just need to have a migrate game function. So just put it right here because I'm lazy. Migrate game, and then we'll have a game state. Is it just game state? Yep. Game state. This holds all the pieces of the game state. Actually, I shouldn't use the word game or state here. This holds all pieces. This holds all. I can use the word game, I guess. Holds all the game's data. I don't know. That's a horrible comment, but it's the best I can do right now. Update the game's data to drop old structures and move data around to fit into the newest structures. Essentially what it is. So this is where we're going to do that work. We'll need to, at the end, we're going to mark that it's done so that we don't do it a second time. Migration is complete true. So it was looping through all players and then checking their characters to see if there are points in there, right? And then moving them. Is that right? So it would be for auto player. Actually, I need to visit players. Oh, game state players. Do I have a visitor function here, or do I have to invent one? I wish I had a visitor function. Yeah, I guess I can do get all, because it's expensive though. I really don't want to do that. But we're only doing it during startup, right? So it shouldn't be too bad. How often do I do get all? That's a good question. Where is this? On login. Oh, wow. I really do that? That's expensive. Oh, I have a comment that says so. Look at that. Okay. That's funny. I'm like, it's expensive. Oh, there's a comment that says that too. Thank you, past Raimu. In fact, I'm not going to do that work, but I am going to copy the comment for it. So for const auto player in that. Yeah, we're going to see some of them don't have character entities, so it's if player dot second dot character entity is 0, continue. But if it's not 0, then we have to get that from the entity component system. So it would be game state dot components with entity component of type player, player second character entity, and then a function to call that gets the entity. And I'm just literally copying from that tooltip there. And the component. At least Pastor Raimu knew exactly. So strange, yeah. I haven't done the font command yet today, right? There's how you use those strange font ligatures. That's a dash and then a greater than. Right. Let's just say if the key exists, if component dot has a key. I guess I got to say realm server. Key player points, right? Not hit points, but points. Then we're going to add to the player. So that means I need to have access to that player's ID at least. I can just access the. I can just do that. Well, let's do that. It'll be const, right? Yes. Okay. Right. So play a game. I need access to game state then too. Game state players. I had a function to add points, don't I? Set points. That's fine. It's all synchronous here. Set points to whatever the points were. Plus read as an integer component that key. And then remove it. So that would be auto new component equals component, and then new component remove that key. And then oh, don't I want to do this outside? So actually it's easier than to do it just to get entity component of type and say const auto component is that, and then I don't need to do all this stuff. I can just do it this simpler way. If I'm gonna want to copy anyway, might as well do it that way. If right, and then what's wrong with this? Why is it complaining? Too few arguments. Oh, because it needs to have an ID, doesn't it? Yeah. Player ID is player first. Right? Yes. Okay, and then I don't need to do that because we're working with a copy that we have. And then I do game state components set entity component of type player dot second dot character entity and then component. Done. That will migrate the points. If they have an old key, it will migrate them all. Let me see if that works. I almost hit the wrong key combination. Language where you use the actual Unicode characters. Well, that would certainly get us used to using them, and maybe people will start manufacturing keyboards with those keys on them. Probably not. It didn't work at all. Why not? I would assume. Oh, because the term is not correct. Yeah, we need to at least say it's in the new term. 1, because the initial term will be 0, right? Yay! So, how would I test this in the test environment? I probably have to manually screw with the point system. I guess I can do that. Yeah. Are you using the snapshots to migrate static changes too, or just it's mostly just game state keeping, but also if I bring up another server in the cluster, we deliver the initial state to that server through this snapshot image because it's a lot cheaper than holding all of the journal. The production journal right now, I think it's passing 100 million journal entries. So not only would it be expensive to store all that and unnecessary because we don't need to go back to the way the game was months ago, but it's a lot smaller and easier to parse and efficient if we collapse it into a snapshot and use that to seed new servers anyway. So what's good my streaming? I'm not sure what you're asking. I'm sorry. Let me think about this. I guess I can just hand edit the state of the game. Actually, I don't even have a command prompt open. Yee. Actually, if we don't have a command prompt open, this makes things a little bit easier. I can start the front end, and before I start the back end, I can manually edit the game. I need to do this. Actually, hold on. Let me blank the screen for just a minute. Just to make sure I don't have any secrets. I think there's an old token in there, which then I guess I could show it. I could say, haha. Unless you're a time traveler, you won't be able to make use of this token. Yeah, it's got an old OAuth token in there. So we should be good. I don't care. Show the screen, please. There we go. Oh, what does it mean? It means all realms. So, yeah, if you look at my notebook, which you can get to through that more info, it's Latin for all realms. And I picked Latin because it's surprisingly easy to find names for domain names that aren't taken as long as you use a language like Latin. Yep. Okay, so let's just go to my account in this game. And right, so let's put some points here, like 10 points, right? And let's look for where that account is. Okay, that won't work because that's nowhere. Look at that, Ski Dog has got 3 points. Oh, hold on, let me blank this for a second. I don't remember if there's private info in the player record. Hold on a second. There's an old login token. Yeah, okay, this is fine. I can show this. There we go. In fact, this is a little bit insightful about what the server actually keeps for you. So when you tell the server to remember you, there's a login token generated, and this is where the server keeps its copy of it. And stuff like what your character's entity is, and then if there was a password set, I guess, how come this is blank? That's weird. That shouldn't be blank. I wonder if that's a bug. It should be that. I don't know why that's blank. I don't actually use the algorithm string, but it's meant to be remembering what algorithm we're using to hash the password. Oh, that's because there is no password. Oh, right, because this is not linked to... Okay, that explains why this is empty. This is a linked to Twitch account with no password. Cool. Anyway, I have 0 points here, right? Let's say that my points were in my character entity, which happens to be this one right here, right? No. Is this it? It's the player entity. It's this one. Yeah. So see how this account has points, but this one doesn't? Let's stash some points here. Let's put 100 points in this old record. And then I need to duplicate this game snapshot between those two states. So stage, and then copy 10's game snapshot to 11 and to 12. And we're going to delete the incremental journals. So now they're in sync with old data, right? And then if I start the game, so that's reserve. Are my coworkers with Adam? Which Adam? I don't have a coworker named Adam. I'm not understanding chat. Can someone fill me in? Oh, you know my address? My IP is 127.0.0.1. Oh no. Ski is used to having his info leaked by streamers? Well, it's all test points anyway. Oh, the Botland developer? Yeah. No, I'm not coworkers with Adam, but you should check out his stream. He just launched his game, Botland. I am involved in his community, and I'm one of his moderators, but that's about it. Okay, as soon as this... Okay, caught up to the cluster, right? So I should be able to log into the game. Let me do this with a incognito window. Can't be reached. Oh, because it's 3,000, isn't it? There we go. And I have to do the login with Twitch, so let me do this in my other window. Okay, hold on a second. Got to do the token thing. And we're in. Although it's taking a while. Oh, I forgot about that part. I'm using a self-signed certificate when I'm testing, so I need to like okay it. Okay, cool. Hey, look at that. Yes, I've agreed to it. Cool. So I should have 100 points. Yay, it worked. So my points got migrated correctly. I had them in the old component and they got moved. So let me verify that that actually happened. So we'll do, we'll just, actually, I can keep that window open. I can just go to localhost. Oh, and I cleared this out, didn't I? Okay, hold on a second. Let me, probably best for me to just hide this window for a second. That's weird. Huh. Did I break it? I think I broke it. I broke the GM login. It just says, okay, I guess I can show it again. It just says loading. What did I do wrong here? I broke it. See, normally the admin key thing doesn't show up. So I have this admin thing. And... oh, that's interesting. It's not even loading. Not getting that far. I can make this bigger. It just got stuck on enable admin login. Okay, I guess I gotta fix the front end then. Well, that was unexpected. I didn't get a 500. It's a bug in the front end. It just never got to the next state. Enable admin login. Okay, we just set that flag. Just to show that. Okay, so it... okay, I think the problem is it didn't go back to the right place. I think it's because I'm missing that. Sit outside. That's probably what it is, right? That should reload. Go on, reload. And then I did that so I can hide that. Yeah, so that's a bug. I need to probably push that front end change. So now that that's done, let me put the key in. So hide this again. And this is actually, it's not really a secret. I just don't want to show it. Test. I'm just using test keys for localhost anyway. Is this it? I can't remember. Yeah. Just a second. I think we're in. Would have been banned. Wait a minute, why? Oh, it's the wrong key. Shoot, hold on. Blank that again. I just don't want to accidentally show stuff. Where is it? I'll just remove it. There. Show that again. Okay. I'll get this right someday. I thought it was... oh, no, it's key pem, right? This is a local test key, so I'm not leaking anything. There we go. Cool. There are my ghosties. Cool. All right. So I wanted to get this so that I can go here, hit snapshot, which I really didn't need to do because while I was working on getting that working there, it was already making snapshots anyway. And then stop the servers, and then I'm just going to look at them again. So, and let's just go peek at it. All right, so my points have been removed. So the migration worked. My points should be here now. Yeah, there. So it worked. Nice. So just check that in, I guess, and we'll go back to refactoring. Here we go. Hey there, Cthulhu. How are you doing? Am I interested in fashion? No, that's sort of a random question. Why you ask? You really hyped for my stream? I don't know why. But okay, thank you. Who issues the login tokens? The persistent login tokens are just randomly generated. But there are other kinds of login tokens, like if you're logging with Twitch, then Twitch is generating the tokens. I forget what this change was. Oh, I forgot to check in the changes from Monday. Okay, we should probably do that. Right, this was to tell the game master where logged out players are. So let's include that. Probably along with this change, yes. But not that flag yet. Not that. Not that. And not any of that. Okay, none of that then. This one, yes. This one, probably no. Ghost gets checked in, yes. Not that. This, yes. Like, that's the work from Monday. I just forgot to check it all in. And this, yes. So this is the work from Monday, which is show the GM where logged out players are in the game. That's what I did on Monday. I just forgot to check it in. Okay, now let me check this one. And this is a fix broken admin login. And then this is fixing point migration. So fix bug in migrating player points. There we go. Now we're up to date. Well, hey there, Adam. Some people have some very weird chat history. It's okay. I'm okay with weird chat history. It's when we start crossing that line of what's rules of etiquette, right? That's where it becomes a problem, I guess. Nobody read your chat history? You mean like who issues the login tokens? Did I get a 500? No, I can see your chat history. Yours is fine. Your friend had your phone? Oh, okay. Non-human chat history. I see. Oh, is that are we having some drama happening in chat that I missed? Well, yeah, it's always hard to tell when there are no emotes attached, right? Jokes should, I think, when we write them, should always have like a kappa or something at the end. Or are you talking about that? Oh, yeah, you have permission to ban them. How do we know that they're bots, though? Huh. Yeah, let's go swing the hammer. Can I join in? I'll ban some of them. Here we go. This is why I asked for Toulouse's help today. All right, I need some help from you guys. I'm just gonna let you moderators handle it. I'm just gonna go back and work, cause that was what mods are for, right? All right. I am keeping a chat log, so I'll be able to look at this later. All right. Let me take a quick break because I need to get up and take a deep breath. I will be right back. Hey there, I'm back. Yeah, I know. I don't think you guys got all of them though. Are we only getting the obvious ones? I should just not even participate, should I? I should just get back to work here. All right. So I'm glad that I at least fixed the bug in the point system. So I think I'm just going to go back to refactoring. And yeah, thank you, Adam. I really appreciate that you and the other mods are here. I need to remember that keep a balance between Twitch and chat, and the Twitch I should not be doing your job. Right? I should be doing my job. My job is to be refactoring today. So I fixed the point system. What I wanted to get back to was the ECS test, right? Did I close the window for that? I think I did. It was in the rendering system. Right. This stuff. Right. So for example, creating a wall. This thing should be one line of code. But we need to establish a tile set. I guess this is as good as any. A tile set with two tiles, one that blocks visibility and one that doesn't. Yeah, so let's make this a helper. Oh, Adam, also my Discord's got a moderator channel. Feel free to use that if you want. Oh, I need to add Toulouse to that. Hold on a second. Let me do that really quick so that he has access. Where are you in that list? Toulouse might not even be in my Discord. Well, Toulouse, if you join the Discord later, I'll add you to that. We're all friends now? Yeah. Way at the bottom? I can't find you. I'll look at that later. All right, tile set component. We might need this info, but I can actually also just put that in the fixture too. So we'll just take this whole thing, and let's put that. Our fixture is nice and empty, so this will be good. So actually, I don't remember what the prototype is, but this is the code I want in it. Actually, no, this is not the setup. This would just be the helper, right? Why not Sea Lion? It came up before Hank Pank. Interesting name. I like to use VS Code. And I recognize Sea Lion is perfectly good. If you like it, then go ahead and use it. Backtick accents. What are we talking about? I don't know. Interesting. So we're going to call this create test tile set. And then I want to have this is what? A JSON value. So don't remember exactly how I formatted these things. So I'm going to look at another test suite that did this. I don't need that anymore. Okay, I split it between properties and methods, and I don't need a constructor. Oh, hold on. Where are all these? This is not the fixture. This one is right there. But I do the same thing. Properties, methods. Okay. I had methods twice? Oops. Fix that while I'm here. Right. So this would be a JSON value Tileset component with ID. Actually, I don't even know if I need that. Let's see. I need it there, so I do need it at least one place. So then I get rid of the auto then. And probably tile set needs to be in the fixture too. Default that and then get rid of that. That looks good to me. So then I can look wherever I have tiles in the tests. Yeah, like this. I can just say create tile set. I just need to make sure these tests are all consistent. So it's 0 and then 1. Hold on. Did that do the same thing? It did. Cool. Shook. Yep, this is good. It's all the same, so we're collapsing code. This one doesn't have tile 2, but that's okay. It has the same tile 1. That's what I want. All right. I'm not sure I can add much to the Discord discussion. I mean the chat discussion, because I don't know anything about this backtick thing. All right. We will cut down the size of this file bit by bit. All right. Okay, I'm being too distracted. So you know what I'm gonna do? Where's the thingy? We're gonna turn this thing on. If I can find out where it is. I don't like the moderators being too overwhelmed, so I'm just gonna turn on followers only mode for a while. I can figure out how to do that the way I want. I need to learn this anyway, so let me look something up. Aha, I found it. We'll do a week. Well, no, we can do a day. There we go. Did that do anything? Oh, we can turn on this one too. Yeah, that's weird. Do I need to turn it on again? I'm turning it on again. It's weird. The length, the time length is I can't just set that. I have to actually then turn it on, I guess, too. Oh, I just turned on follower only mode, but I was confused about how to set the duration. So it's now I set it to a certain time, a certain duration. I think I got it right. It should be a day now. Yeah, I set follow. I don't want to say too much, but I turn on followers only mode for now to just to reduce the load. Yeah, okay. I should just let Skizzers do it. Okay, it's a number. Could you set it to a day then, Skizzers? I guess I can do it. Scissors. That's right. Scissors. There. Oh, is it minutes? There you go. Not 2 months. I just want 1 day. How many? I don't know off the top of my head how many minutes are in a day. Is it 1,440 minutes? That sounds about right. All right. And my apologies to my viewers that I have to do that, but that's what you got to do when you get just overwhelmed with that stuff. I appreciate all the moderators doing what they can, but like the chat was just getting too distracting to me. All right. It's 86,400 if it's in seconds. 1440 in interesting that you put a P in there. I have a feeling I'm going to break some of these tests. Maybe I should test these ones I have so far. Oops, I did the thing. Wrong key, Raimu. I figured, Crumpet. This is just the tool. I don't always leap to it, but then because it kind of sucks. But then like when it gets it's too much, so you gotta say enough's enough, right? All right, I broke that one. Or was that one broken? I don't know why I said that. I think this one was broken before. Oh yeah, this one was known to be broken because it recalculates the light stuff. So I knew that one was broken. This one probably also, right? Yeah. So these ones I'll have to fix some other time. But as long as I don't break anything else. Right. Is it still in the clipboard? Yes, it is. Yeah. Okay, we'll keep going. Yeah, these is all the same. So I'm glad I'm catching this one. They're all the same. Okay, this one's different. This one's got light in it. I can make an alternative. Create tile set with light. And it'll have a light on the first tile. I can have a little bit of repetition with helpers, I think. That's okay. I forget what it was. I think it was 1, though. I can go back and check with the lens. Let's see what the lens says. Here, get lens. What say you? Oh, it moved the cursor around. It was 1. Thank you, get lens. Tiles. Yeah, so a lot of these tests have lights in the tile set. Oops. I didn't put that in the clipboard correctly. And this is different. This one has, so I need to change this test a little bit. It's this one, but with, we want tile 2 instead of tile 1. So I need to look at the tile IDs. Yeah, 2 instead of 1. And Actually, that's it. Okay, good. Good. All right, back to this standard one. This one's got a light of 2. Does it matter? Probably not, but I'm not sure. I guess I can make that an argument. Int radius equals 1. Actually, I could just require it. Why not be explicit, right? 1 and 1 and 2. Okay. And this one's a 3. Glad I made it explicit. I think Adam's in a weird state where he can only do actions now. Wait, why did this do that before? Okay, I don't know. And that was probably just a copy-paste mistake. 3. Yeah, this is weird that I have these 2 lines after the update. It doesn't really matter. Okay, these are all 3, so I'm going to put that in the clipboard now. Yep, they're all 3. Because I copy-paste from one test to another. That's how this stuff gets all gross. Is I do copy-paste too much. Wait a minute. Thank you for the bits, but it makes it difficult to read the message. How are... Wait a minute. It's going to be like doing that 11 times now, isn't it? Raimu. H-oat. How hard was it for you to read this? Very hard, Adam. Very, very hard. But thank you. That made me laugh. Oh, you broke your cover, Adam. See, you chatted. We thought you were in a place where you could only do actions and bits. That's true. I could have just copy pasted and struck the bits out in the editor or something. I would have. I'm sure he did, Toulouse. Is that the CAPTCHA? Okay, this one didn't have light. It's just one thing. It does have a version, though. I wonder if I'll have to worry about that. Yeah, because this one goes to 2. Okay. This one doesn't have a light. But, okay, I need to make sure that that is created, actually. That makes sense to have it created. It didn't. So how was that done? It's just another key. Okay. So it goes there. All right. And then we'll keep that. And this is, whoops. How did we pop up to the top like that? With lights 2. And this is with light 1. From the map on the right, looks like I'm mostly there, like 85% done. Getting there. Almost done. I guess this is sort of tedious and boring. A lot of refactoring is when there's copy-paste involved. Maybe I'll move to something more fun in a minute. Yeah, there's just a lot of variations, right? Couldn't even code the limit prevention. Oh. Split followed by join with a cheer message? I would have just used multi-cursor. Interesting to watch someone who knows what they're doing work. Well, sorry to disappoint you. I'm just kidding. Trumpet. Oh no, I've gotten Adam mad. I'm sorry, Adam. That's how I would have done it, Adam, if before the multi-cursors. But now multi-cursors are just so fun. Like, you can do this, and like, this is just fun. I can say, Raimu... Oh, I can type right. Raimu 8, hey! Look, I just did it. Now I can do this. Isn't this fun? Oh, I messed it up. How did I mess it up? I didn't have a space. Hold on, I gotta fix it. There, I fixed it. Now I can try again. I can try again. Visibility! It's just so... The multi-cursor is just such a fun thing to play with. But yeah, but before that, I would probably do the same thing. I'd do a split and a join in a loop of some kind, right? Yeah. Alright, that was replacing this, right? Alright. Oh, are we done? Oh my goodness, and we're under 5,000 lines. Oh, wrong key. Wrong key. And back to here, and running that again. I should only have those 2 tests fail. Maybe next I fix those tests. I'll just check this in as a refactoring step. We can look at what I did here. That's the common helpers, and then a lot of these should be just replacing a bunch of blocks with one line. I like it. Okay. And that's, this is a fixed typo. Technically. Typographical error. Okay, so, refactoring step. Extract methods, create test tile set, and create test tile set with light in the rendering tests. Okay, cool. Doing self-code review too quickly, it should take you a bit longer. Well, but if it's just something like, I just did a bunch of replace of blocks with single lines, and the tests all passed except for the 2 that I knew were broken before, that kind of gives me the confidence that I don't have to spend too much time. Yeah, ran the tests. Under 5K, I know. Isn't that cool? If only we can get it under my target, which is, usually these days it's like 2,000 lines. I guess it should be more like 1,000. Anything larger than that, and it's like, you need to break it up or you need to refactor it. Self-code review. That's when you're going to make your commit, and you check to make sure that you're committing the correct thing. Let's fix these tests. We should not leave tests that are broken. Right, so it's just in the assert. It used to be that we expected a remove sprite message and an add sprite message, and instead we're just getting a whole new set of sprites because the lighting system had to recalculate anyway. So it's really just replacing these 2 with one message called sprites, and expecting wall 1 to not be there, but wall 2 to be in there. So there's no wall 1, and the format of this is an array. Sprites, JSON array, and then one of them is this wall 2. So that's JSON object. This one. What's the other one, though? 4 at -2, -1. Oh, it's probably the one that wasn't changed, right? So there's wall 2, wall 1, and there was, I guess it's light. Yeah, light. All right. And it looks like it wants to list light first. And light is, I'm kind of cheating here, but I can confirm it. -2, -1, is that where the light was placed? No. It was put at 0, 0. Oh, but our camera is offset, isn't it? Yeah, our camera's at 2, 1. So it would be -2, -1, right? It's relative coordinates. Relative coordinates are that. The tile is 1. And the depth was 0, right? They're both at depth 0. Okay, so that's correct, and then this message is dropped. Let's see if I got that right. Should I watch that? What is this? It's a longer one. 2 types of people, sheep and sharks. Yeah, I think I mean, it's twitch.tv after all. So yeah, I think of Twitch as TV these days. Myself as well. Like if I'm watching stuff on Twitch, it's the same thing as watching on TV. All right, what did I get wrong? Oh, did I not build? Hold on. Oh, did I change the wrong one? I ran the wrong one. That's what it was. This one, run it. Still wrong. What's different? It actually looks identical to me. What's the difference? There's some slight difference here, and I do not yet see it. Oh, it's capitalized. It should not be capitalized. Wait a minute. Oh, the feed, it really is capitalized. Yes, got it. 1 character difference. Hold on. I'm not really adept at doing Discord emojis there. Cool. All right. Run it again. Yay, it passes. On to the next one. It's a similar thing, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, instead of a remove and an add, it's just a relist it all. So let me kind of cheat and just take run the other test. Just modify and make sure the numbers are correct. So this used to expect removing wall 1 and adding wall 2. It's the same thing, isn't it? So it's just going to be that we have the light and the wall 2, right? Same thing. What's the difference between these tests? This one was what? Removing wall should allow light to pass through, and what was the other one? Adding wall should block light previously passing through. Okay, let me do this the correct way, Adam. So I'm going to take the Mr. Destructoids and delete them, and time to get going. See you later, Adam. See how fast I did that? I'm a pro now. Although the spaces, you didn't put the spaces in there right. Ugh. Sorry, Adam. But I thought that was a test. Have a great day, Adam. Thanks for stopping by. And let me spam it again. You should check out Adam's game. He just released it 2 days ago, and to much fanfare and success. So you should check it out. I know Toulouse checked it out yesterday. I was at a meeting, so I didn't see it, but I was going to go back and look at it in the VODs. So there were other people playing it, and yeah, it's all good fun. Wall, another wall. Right, so this won't be illuminated, but then when we remove it, it will be illuminated. So we're removing 1 wall and adding another one. So which wall did we remove? We removed wall 1. So we should see wall 2 and the light. In that order? I think so. No. It's the light and then, no, yeah, light is tile 1, right? And the wall is tile 2. Yeah, so this is correct. Maybe not. Oh, the coordinates are slightly different, right? Because the light is in the correct position, but the wall was not, right? Yeah, the wall is at 0, -1. Right. Okay, we expected the wall 2 to be in the wrong place. 0, -1. Yay! So now all my rendering tests should work. Yay, green lights. So this is fixing the expectations of 2 tests, right? So fix broken test expectations. So when the lighting system was changed, it caused message sequences to change if lights or walls were moved, added, or removed. That's my little explanation to my future self. All right. Round 2. Fight. Let's find the next thing to tackle. So, that I might as well put into its own helper, right? In fact, I wonder if I could do that with search replace. Or, I mean, multi-cursors. Do multi-cursors work for multi-lines? I think they do. So let me make a helper first. What are we going to call this one? Update systems. And there it is. And I got to be careful if I do that. Oh, it doesn't do anything before that. Oh, no, hold on. Is it because it's only if it's lined up that way? I think so. So if I could do that and say update systems, I just hit a bunch of spots in the code. And we're down to 4,500 lines. And that was cool and fast. You don't see manual git GC VRFing. The only reason I do that is if I forget to do that, when I do git GUI, it nags me that there's garbage. And I just got tired of the nagging from git GUI, so I'm like, I'll just run the garbage collector all the time. Like it would say, do you want me to collect the garbage now? And I would say yes, but it wouldn't actually do it successfully. It's some kind of bug or something. And I didn't want to spend too much time figuring it out. I'm just, screw it. I'll just run the garbage collector. I don't need the garbage later. I hardly ever need the garbage from Git. The only time I would need to do it is if I accidentally lost the branch tag and I need to get it back from refs, reflog, right? So, to see where I was to get back a tag, something like that. Because if it's no longer referenced, you can still get the hash code, and that might be in the garbage, and you can recover it from the garbage. As long as you have everything tagged, though, you don't really need the garbage, right? Because it's all in the history, so yeah. Haven't had to go back into reflog. Yeah, so whenever I end up going to the reflog, it's usually because I just made a big boo-boo, like I just dropped a branch, and I'm like, oh crap, I lost that branch. Let me get it from the reflog before I collect the garbage. Like if you do something bad, yeah, exactly. You amend it and you like, oh crap, I need to go back. The only way the easiest way I think is just do reflog and you get the code and you reset hard to that, and then you're good. Or actually, not reset hard. Reset hard, you drop your changes that you haven't yet done. So you could stash them first, or you can do a mixed or soft reset. Yeah, but Git is not the easiest tool, right? As we all know. I hope. Run my tests again. Cool, nothing broke. This is good. I like it when things do not break. Let me look at the next thing. VS Code is confused. Look at that. It's confused by that. Do I need to reload? Probably wouldn't hurt. I always forget the menu option, so I just do that one. Okay, it's Control R, really? Okay, Control R. Only the side effect is I lose the information from Test Explorer. I have to run that again. Then I lose my position and I have to find it again, but we're all good. It only takes a few seconds to recover. Okay, next. Probably the camera creation, and the only thing that's going to be different, I think, is the X and Y. So we can make this a another helper, right? Creating the camera. Let me try to keep this in alphabetical order. So that would go in front of here, right? Create camera. X, Y. And we should probably keep it here to use elsewhere. And that's X and that's Y. And actually, if a lot of the tests put the camera at 0, 0, I can replace them all in one fell swoop. Let's see. Oh, quite a few. Okay. Just doing that. But there's going to be more, and so we'll have to search for that. Okay, here we're creating it. Why did it not hit this one, though? There's something different about this one? Wait a minute. Why is that one different? Is that, oh, it's at depth 1. Oh, okay, was there a reason I did that? I don't remember. I guess we can just do it that and test it and see if depth mattered. I don't think depth matters here. It does matter. Why does it matter? Okay, we'll add depth to that and we'll make it default to 0, I guess. Why does depth... Oh no, depth is 1. Wait, what's different? Oh, is it the server client numbers? I should just keep those consistent. Okay, so it's not depth. Oh, it's the admin camera. That's what it is. Oh, okay. So let's just make it create admin camera. And we'll just promote this code. Create admin camera. X and Y. Hey there, Saley. How are you doing? Careful with all this refactoring if you paid by the line of code. At the company I was at last, this would be like horrendous. Everyone would be like, because the source lines of change would be so high. Already I've changed over 1,000 lines. That's like intense for the company I was at before. They were like super obsessed with minimizing the number of changed lines of code. At the expense of they would never ever refactor this step without first having some meeting with the CEOs of both companies. Sir, I hate to break the news to you, but you're going to see over 1,000 lines of change of code in the next release. What? 1,000 lines of change? We can't deal with that. It was for just the reference code to cell phones for Android, right? And the funny thing is, what I learned is that companies like Samsung didn't trust us anyway. So every line of code that changed that we made, they would independently code review to make sure that we didn't screw anything up. And actually, when you think about it, it makes sense that they would want to minimize the number of lines of code change then, because for every line of code change, that's more work for Samsung engineers to also code review it. And yeah, it was pretty, I wouldn't call it toxic, but kind of messed up. Anyway, let's look for more cameras. Okay, this, I can just replace all this, right? No, it's only on one other spot. So we're just gonna create admin camera 00. And Done. All right. Camera. And this is another admin. Wait a minute. How come this didn't match before then? I wonder what's different between this and create admin camera. What's different between that and that? Oh, well, there's X and Y. Oh, I see what happened. There were two instances, and I didn't think one of them was this one. Okay. Okay, here, this is interesting because there are two cameras. So, I guess I might need another helper for that. Yeah, that's what happened, Postal Rat. They were they were like, oh, don't touch it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Heard those things a lot. Tech priests. Tech priests, I love that. Yeah, you have a diff, a screen of a bunch of diffs and like people praying over it. Like the holy diffs. The holy diffs of version 12. I don't know. Tech priests. That's just funny. Funny. That's I see that in No Man's Sky. That comes up, and I just laugh whenever I see that phrase. Tech priest. All right. Anyway, I think this one's different in that the camera is in a numbered zone. I don't know why I did that, but I did. Was there some reason I put this all in? Oh, because there's a camera in a different zone. Well, we can make another one. Create camera in zone. And we'll just have it return the ID. So, are they all 0, 0? 0 is 0, but then zone is 2, right? So let's take this out. Create camera in zone. Int x, int y, int zone, paste. And this is just camera, we're going to return it. Which means this should be an int. And that's X, that's Y, that's zone, and we're good to go. So this should be 1, 3, 2. And this one is 1, 0, 3. Much easier to read, don't you think? The only thing maybe complicated here would be you have to remember it's X, Y zone. But you can just click here to see that, right? So it's not too hard. We're creating 3 cameras, 2 of them in zone 2, 1 in zone 3, and these ones in zone 2 are in different spots. And we do a particle effect, and we see, okay, we should get, because it's in zone 2, we should have the particle reported to one camera. And I think I placed them in different spots because I said it should not be visible by the other camera. Is that what I did? Oh, wait, hold on. The client IDs, I think, have to be different, don't they? What does the get lens have to say? Particle. Yeah, the client IDs are different. Okay, and that needs to be captured in that. All right. It's 15, 16, 17. 15, 16, 17. Oop. So this is client ID fixed. So why do we only get something for client 16? How come client 15 doesn't see the particle effect? I must be missing something else here. Let's look at this again. Hey there, Pimp Pepperson. Love your name. How are you doing? Boga hey to you. Can I combine those two calls with like a default for zone or something? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I could. That would be a second order refactoring, right? I'm okay. Had some like you can see that the channel's in follower only mode, and I'll just say that we had stuff going down that was distracting. But thank you to my moderators for dealing with that. Okay, what's up with camera 1 not seeing the message? It's in zone 2. It's at 0, 0. What's different about it that we wouldn't get a message about this particle effect? Because the only difference between 1 and 2 is what? This client ID is different. The X and Y coordinates are different. That's it, right? They're both in zone 2, and this particle effect is in zone 2 as well. I don't get it. Oh, I know why. Because the particle is at 10, and that's too far away from 0, because I think the max distance is 9. And that was handcrafted. This is right on the edge, and this is over the edge. So it's visible if you're at 1, but not visible at 0 because it's at 10, and you can only see 9 tiles away, I think. That's what it was. That's kind of hard to see. Could I arrange this differently? Maybe put in a comment here. Note, camera 2 will be able to see the particle at x equals 10, but camera 1 won't, because the max x view distance is 9. Camera 2 is at x equal 1, but camera 1 is at x equals 0. There we go. So let me actually formalize the particle x is 10, and then I can just use that down here. And then just so that camera 3 can't see the particle because it's in a different zone. There we go. So one step towards making these names shorter in general and just using comments to explain what's going on. There we go. I like it. Sounds like 2 test cases? Well, it may be. The test is kind of long, right? But it's made shorter by just creating a camera a one-liner. And I guess it's because camera 1 not seeing it would just be the lack of a message. So I'm just kind of taking advantage of that here. It's like this is also testing camera 1 can't see it at the cost of just 1 extra line. So, sure. I could break it up into more tests, I guess. I kind of like that they're in the same one, though, because you can kind of see 2 things happening in coordinated fashion that one sees and the other one doesn't because of the difference in positions. What does size t mean? Where do I use size t? I want to show an example of it. I guess I can search for it. Was that in this one? I don't have size t anywhere here. Okay, but here's an example where I do have one. Whenever you have an index or a counter, I'm in the habit of using size t because that's the type that size of returns. It's an integer that's not signed, and it's guaranteed to be large enough to hold the biggest size the computer could deal with. So it's usually like a 64-bit integer on a 64-bit machine. Yeah, it's type def. Let's see what this says. Yeah, type def to unsigned int 64. But the size is not specified in the standard. Other than saying that it has to hold the largest number. So I just use it because the concept of that type is that it is a size of something, and so either an index, which is sort of like a size, it's a position within something that has a size. Or yeah, in counters or sizes in general, I'll use size t. But that doesn't mean that you should. You use whatever you want. Int is fine usually. None of the integer types actual size is standard. Well, that's not true anymore because we have standard int. Where do I have standard int? I'm surprised executor test doesn't have it, and this doesn't either. One of these will have it though. No? Really? None of these include standard int? This does. Standard int, these are all now standard, and the way that they standardize is the number of bits is in the name. So these are all standard now, as of C99, I think. But yeah, before that, it was a real mess. So most projects would have their own version of this because there was no standard. And it could be tricky if you define these wrong. You could have the wrong number of bits if you compile it on a different computer. Your professor wants to use size t in your for loops, just confuses you that why it's... Oh, right. Probably because loops are counting and counters are naturally compatible with size t because size t is, again, it's a measure along the dimension of size, right? Like that's what a count is. So that'd be the only reason. But it's a bit pedantic, isn't it? Which explains why a professor would probably want you to do it. A real engineer in the real world would probably say, if you like size t, that's your thing, I guess. That's fine. You can use int, size t, unsigned int, whatever floats your boat. Back to here. Okay, I wanted to run these tests to make sure I didn't break anything. Did I break something? Because I see a fail there. No, it was just temporary. Okay, good. Camera. How do you build it? I don't know what GPP is. What's GPP? I have a video where I showed how to set this up. I don't use a very popular build system. I should give you that warning. I use CMake, so it's a build system builder. So you get lists of what your source files are, and then you say you want to build an executable or a library, and then you list your dependencies you want to link with. And there's some extra stuff you can do, but you take that and you run it through the CMake tool, and it generates either a make file or a Visual Studio solution or an Xcode project or whatever tools you want, and then you can load that into your IDE of choice or just run CMake again to build, and that's what I do. GPP is a compiler, or is it GCC? Yeah, so if you do it the way I did with CMake, there are some extensions that help out. So the CMake tools, and that gives me this nice thing where I can select a kit, and so it kind of detects what compilers I have on my system. So I have Clang and I have Visual Studio 2017, right? And I can pick which one I want, and then it just configures the CMake to generate a build system that uses those tools. So again, it's not a very popular build system. A lot of people hate it, and on my to-do list is to look into alternatives to CMake. But that's what anything you want to use probably is fine as long as the team you're working in is okay with it. I recommend that trying to get something that integrates well with your IDE of choice. And for me, with VS Code, it integrates well because of these extensions. Same thing with the test, like the Test Explorer and the test framework. I really like that I get these buttons. I can just run or debug an individual test. I can see the log output. That's the most key. It's the developer productivity. Yeah, I think this one's using Ninja. Yeah, Ninja. I like Ninja in that it's really fast to tell me that there's nothing to do. Whereas Visual Studio, it will think about it for a while. It'll be like, do I need to do something? No, I don't need to do anything. Ninja's really fast. I like it. GCC, yeah. Well, Macs are, like Apple's moved to Clang now, right? If you really wanted to use GCC on the Mac, you're kind of going against the grain of at least what Apple intends. Camera. Oh, thank you for that follow. Oh, thank you for the other follows too that I missed, by the way. Yeah, they're a contributor to it, definitely. Why do I Have this as an act. I don't know, but I don't need it. Do I use camera at all? I don't. All right, so just create camera 0, 0, and in the named zone. All right. In zone. Wait a minute, what's... Oh, it needs to know the client ID. All right, fine. Just needs to match that. Same thing. Yep. These all look the same. These tests are all like variations of the same kinds of tests. Da da da. Okay, this position is not at 0, 0. I gotta be careful. It's at -1 by 5. And then back to 0 again here for this test. Zone 1, though. Got it. Okay, back to zone in this one. Zone again. Zone again. With every keystroke here replacement, I make this unit test more small. Okay, that's at 2, 0. Delete the code that is redundant. Delete that redundant code. 2, 1. 2, 1. And this is back to 0, 0 in this one. I really hope I don't break anything. I mean, so far so good. This was in zone 42. My favorite zone, by the way. Zone 42 rules. Another zone 42. Ah, I think I'm done. Hey there, Mars Raptor. Why are the zones defined by ints? Because it is part of the entity component system. This is actually a good explanation of how the entity component system works. So creating an entity is really just grabbing the next ID number. It's just an int. That's all an entity really is. And then how my entity component system works is once you get an entity, that's a unique number that's not going to be used for any other entity in the game. And an entity is really just a collection of data. And you break it up into components. So a camera has a component that records where to send the information that it's seeing, and then whether it's a game master or not. And so that's one bit of data that's specific to a camera, so I call that kind of component a camera component. But then another component that a camera has is a position, and this is a kind of component which is shared with other kinds of entities like players, NPCs, walls, trees, rocks. So anything that has a position in the game has a position component with its coordinates in the game, X, Y, and then also like for the Z order, and also if it's in a numbered zone, it'll have a zone number. And so zones, so everything in the game will have an entity number, and then one or more components. So even a zone will have it. In the real game, I use zones for tracking information about the zone. So like whether it's light or dark in the dungeon is stored here. So if I go to, I don't have a convenient button for this, but let's say I take the entity number for the sewers, right? And I look it up. And I'll get, this is the data that's zone wide. So let me paste it here. Let's tell the editor that it is JSON. And then we'll tell it to format it. So this is how dark it is in the sewers. You can only see 2 squares away. Here's the name of the zone. Here are the different NPC categories that we have and the chance of them spawning. The NPC are organized by class. So if I look at class 16161, I think that's slimes. Yeah, so NPC class. Does this have the name in here? It's got the loot table and everything, and yeah, green slime, right? So here we'll take out this NPC class component of 16161, right? Would be another entity component. But this component is for, like, it's like the template for a monster. So it's a green slime. It spawns within 3 squares of wherever you set the origin to. Here's the loot table, so it can drop gold. Here's the hit point range, its dexterity, all stuff that's specific to that spawn, right? So that's linked to here by entity ID. Chance of 5% spawning a slime, and I think at some point we have to record where. Is that in the class also? Do I have an origin here somewhere? I don't see it. I see the spawn range, but I don't see the spawn point. I don't know, does anyone see the spawn point in here? I don't see it. Or would it be here? This is if you as a player die, here are the places you can respawn at. But I don't see where do we set where the slimes start. I don't know why I'm not seeing it. It's here somewhere, I just don't see where it is. So what are the other questions that we got? I missed a lot of chat. If you clean up an entity, does the ID ever go back into a pool? No, I didn't bother with that because I figured integers are cheap, and at least even with their only 32 bits, I'd have 2 billion of them to work with. And I think in the production game, we're only up. I can actually tell how many entities we are by creating a new one. I can do, I just go somewhere in the game, right? And I just do add and then refresh. So we're up to 17,627 entities. And I just removed it. Oh, you were misunderstood how it was working? I see. Fetching stuff from an API and passing it back through a post, but you need to make sure none of it is null or missing or anything. How am I updating the display? The display is updated by commands from the server to tell the front end what to draw where. And it's not stuff like when you move the camera one spot, instead of retransmitting all of the tiles, it's transmitted by just saying shift everything you know up one and then add this whole row at the bottom. I can show that with the test environment if I had it running, but I stopped it. Let me start it again. So let me hit F12 here and reload this guy. Actually, I have to wait until this launches. But yeah, this is interesting stuff. I can show it. Yeah, only 17,000 entities. We don't create entities that often. Most often now, entity would be created is when it's a monster spawns, and that only happens if players are in the game killing them. Okay, so reload that. All right, look at the network tab. How come that's taking so long to load? Why is this not loading? Unknown reason. What does that mean? Why is this not connecting now? What did I do to my game? I hosed it. It's not working. Can I connect to the socket? Ugh. I don't want to search for that. What happens when you slip on the keyboard? It says that. Why does it say unknown reason there? What does that mean? It's stalled. Is it just hung up? 17,000 is dangerously close to 2 to the 31. I know. What happens when you do hit that cap? Probably then, right before then, probably when I get halfway, if I get to a billion entities, I'll probably then run some kind of command to try to recover unused entities, right? So I buy myself a bunch of time and bet on the fact that I'll never need to do it. Okay, it's bothering me that I can't connect to my own game. I don't know why. Let me look under application. So the key is there, and that's not a secret. That's a test key. So I don't know why this wouldn't connect. I don't know. It's like not connecting for some reason. Weird. What would cause this? What does this mean, unknown reason? I don't know. Kill the server and start up again. It's not even running on AWS, it's just running on my local machine. I really haven't changed anything other than that I did the migration. I mean, okay, so now this should connect, right? What the heck's going on? There are errors. What are these errors telling me? Connection failed, unknown reason. What does that mean? Oh, is it 8086? Do I need to open all the ports? I mean, do I have to okay all the ports? I wonder if it's something as simple as that. Maybe. See if that fixes it. So that it connected to them all. This is not failed unknown reason. I did that one. Didn't I? Reload. Unknown reason. What the heck? Reopen Chrome? That's what I was starting to think. What would cause Chrome to like just have unknown reasons connecting to WebSockets, though? Really weird. Okay, we'll stop Chrome. It's fine. Stop the Chrome. Chrome is stopped. Now we'll start the Chrome, and let me do an incognito window. And let me do a this one, hopefully it cached my WebSocket. Okay, so it was something with Chrome. What? Oh, they have an issue with WebSockets? Well, crap. I hate it when people do that. So they just broke WebSockets. How nice. Well, I hope they fix it soon. Have WebSocket connection open to a site. Close a laptop many times. That's interesting. After a certain number of reconnections. Interesting. 6 days ago? Wow. Huh. Okay, well, it's Chrome. That hardly ever happens, I think, right? You actually have Chrome break. And live here on Twitch, we had Chrome break. Okay, let me take this off screen. Because I'm going to do the login with Twitch. I should just enable the password so I don't have to do this. Yes, authorize. Yeah, okay. So let me just put in the password. Set password. chickens. Set. Yay, I have a password set. All right. And what was I here testing before I got distracted by Chrome breaking? It was... What was I testing? Oh no, I was showing how the WebSocket stuff works, yeah. So I can show that by doing this again. And I guess what we'll do is we'll make this a little bit larger so that you can see it. And then have chat not cover it. Kind of like that. And then, yeah, so everything between the front end and the back end is through the WebSocket. So here's the initial sprites message where it basically gave us a list of 334 sprites to show on the screen. And then every time like Bob moves, we're getting one of these move sprites, right? So this Bob obviously is 3330. Whenever he moves, the backend is telling us, well, move him, right? Now, if I move, let's say I move up, I'll get this sprite shift. It says delta x0, delta y -1. Here are some new sprites to add. So there are 79 sprites to add. And usually that's when you're uncovering the row at the top, but I think also you get more sprites if the lighting changes. Actually, I'm wondering why it's giving me so many sprites. It shouldn't be giving me 80 sprites like that. Actually, it's retransmitting everything? Okay, there might be a bug in that then. Oh, because we're in the default zone. Okay, yeah. Default zone is kind of screwed up. I need to go into the non-default zone here. Right, this one with all these friendly monsters wandering around. Let's go in one that's not so crowded with monsters. Okay, here we go. So here when I move, I get a sprite shift, and we'll have the 12 sprites that are what to draw at... Actually, it's drawing everything, isn't it? Why is it doing 13 different... Oh, yeah, these ones around here, they're changing. Okay, there we go. See where I move left? It's only it should only be adding 2 sprites here. Why did it add 12? Weird. Am I looking at the wrong one? This one. Yeah, why is it adding 12? Okay, now I'm wondering. At x10 and then -10 and 11. Wait a minute, those are outside my viewable range, aren't they? Huh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, why is it 10 and 11? That's weird. Anyway, this is how the way it's supposed to work is it tells you what to add and what to remove. But I just noticed it's telling me to add a lot of tiles that it shouldn't need to tell me to add. The only thing I can think of is that I'm within the scope of a light here. So what if I move outside here? Okay, that's more like it. I think what it's probably doing is it's telling me to update the ground around me. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So problems with lighting system aside, that's how the front end gets updated, is these messages come across the WebSocket. So I know I totally over-explained that, but we could try playing with scissors and turn it back on if we get flooded again. That's fine. All right, that was a long explanation, but I hope you enjoyed it. About how the entity component system works and how the front end gets its updates. I think we're back to optimizing. Oh, we're down to 3,800 lines. That's nice. Cool. All right, and I didn't break anything, which is always good. Probably check this in as a step where we extract camera creation methods, right? Oh, no, I broke something. I broke a couple things. What did I break here? Ground in front of wall should not disappear when we move away from it. Oh, wait. No, this is set. Oh, I see the problem. It returned it, but then we're getting, yeah, so this should say camera equals. Probably I bet the other one has the same issue. Yeah, so we have to say camera equals. Because we're moving the camera, we need that identifier to be correct. And yeah, I bet these are all broken the same way. I bet if I change that to say, oh no, this one's different. Or is it? Oh no, it is setting up, it's moving a camera, so I did camera equals. Yep. This one may be the same as well. Yep. Fixed. Oh, well, we'll give you lots of points to lose. Here, have some points. And as soon as I deploy my code changes, the point numbers will actually be correct. I guess I could work on deployment too. How much time do I have? It's been 3 hours. I should probably just continue the refactoring. I want to get this file down in size. Oh, you did, Steve? Well, we'll give you a point too. How many messages? We'll just give you some points too. There, points. Everyone's got points. Make it rain. I should give Mars Raptor a point for helping me see that bug. How about the non-map visual components? Yeah, that's in there too. So that's interesting. I got a crash at the moment I hit F12. But that's in there. Try that again. When you log in, you also get the information about the tile sets themselves, like where the graphics are loaded. It tells you your persistent login token, which is fine to show on stream because it's a test environment. And then we use it to fetch our profile. So here's where we get what we have in our inventory. We have nothing. And here are all the tickets we have open in the game, which is just one of them. And here, this is how I know how many points I have and what account I'm linked to. So yeah, all the information comes across the wire, that one WebSocket. I might be able to take a crack at it, Killaroo. Or if you have it in like a code sandbox or something, we can take a look. The data updates the DOM? Yeah, so I'll show you briefly how that works. Oh, maybe not briefly. I kind of like showing this stuff. So the front end uses Redux, and so one of the Redux middlewares I have is the game connection. This is how we connect to the game. It is ultimately this connect to server, which does this new WebSocket and adds these listeners so that there is an open close, and then the important one is the message. Anything that comes across the WebSocket as a message gets redispatched under receive message, and that's another middleware called server messages. And here there's a huge table, and the ones that show these tiles are all these sprites, sprite shift, and remove sprites, all these things, right? All the sprite-oriented ones. And in general, those get, again, redispatched. And this is just my own convention. I don't know if this is the best, but I figure that if add sprite is the message, then reflect sprite added is like saying that we interpret add sprite to mean that we should add some sprites. And mostly keep the message as is, but we'll also reinterpret some of the content of the message, right? And the reflecting sprite information is handled by the middleware that does the phaser stuff. This one that, where's the best to show it? Where we do a new phaser game with our configuration, how wide our screen is here. One of the things we do is take that phaser game and store it as a game, and then was it phaser? One of these, phaser loaded or something? Phaser create. We set up the stage at some point, or the scene. Where is it? Maybe it's this phaser init. Yeah, we stash the scene, there. And then for reflect sprite added, for example, here's where I will take that scene and add a sprite to it, whose texture is derived from all the tileset information. Ultimately, it's like, what image do we pull from, and then what texture coordinates, right? And then where to show it on the screen is this X and Y. So it's a multi-step process. First, you connect to the game, then you interpret the messages, and then some of those messages get fed into the graphic system to control what adding, creating, and moving the sprites around. So yeah, I'm using, this is all Redux stuff, right, with Phaser for the graphics. For this other stuff around here, that's React. So this entire window with the red border is not React. It's just a Phaser stage, and otherwise it's an empty div to React. So stuff like when I'm looking at these windows, this is all React, yeah. So these are all, I call them panels. So that's in the React side of things. So under views, activities, panels. So like this profile thing is the profile panel. And the way we integrate between React and Redux is through this React Redux integration. And it's this thing called Connect. I call it glue, I guess. We're gluing Redux to React through property maps. So we're mapping Redux state into props, and we're also mapping dispatch function calls to props. And I like to follow this convention where if the prop starts with on, it's a dispatch method, a call. And if it doesn't, it's just a plain old state. And so all of these get combined together into the overall props for the React component. So this profile component is the DOM for this entire panel here. So that's why we'll see things like if I scroll far enough down, you'll see the DOM structure. And this should be refactored too because it's too long, but there are multiple pieces. But here's the profile header there. And then if we have the note, that's the mask notice there. And then this is the name and email address up there. And then the avatar selection is this one. So yeah, each of these expands out to part of the DOM that generates this stuff here. Oh, so Killer, you like the new Twitch design? Sounds like people it's a full spectrum. People either like it or they dislike it or they don't say anything about it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, yeah, so there are lots of layers and layers. I've been working on this for over a year now, and the problem with adding lots and lots of layers is the code gets difficult to sort through and to find things in, unless you do these days of refactoring now and then, which is what I'm doing today. So I happen to be hitting the unit tests for the backend server, but I might, at some point I should also go back into the front end, into this stuff. I mean, this stuff that renders the graphics, it's way too long, right? It's 1,800 lines. I need to split this up. I need to use better organization for these functions. I mean, it's just way too complicated, right? We shouldn't have functions that takes multiple pages like this. Stuff like this should be a helper function called something like create a component for us, right? It shouldn't be dispatch, send a game, and then the ugly details of what the message is. The only thing that matters here at this context is we want to create an entity with a certain a type. I guess this is the position, right? Is that what we're doing? Actually, we're filling in all the components of an entity and filtering it, and if it's a position, we replace it with something else. Oh, this is because this is cloning an entity in the world. So this should just be called clone entity, right? And then this is the body of clone entity. And then I wouldn't have had to look and figure out what it's doing. You have a whitelist of all actions that get automatically sent to the server. Well, for mine, these are whitelisted by the fact that this message type is only obeyed if it's a game master who authenticates with us by passing a cryptographic challenge. So normal players can't do that. normal players, they interact with the game by asking the game to do stuff like move north, move south, move left, move right, that kind of thing. And then that gets translated in the back end in the game systems to things like creating and moving or changing entity components. But as I figured, as far as the GM or admin point of view, the server just passes it through. The server says, "You're the boss. I'll do what you ask me to do." And then I just restrict who has this kind of access to do these actions. Only me right now. Perhaps in the future, people I trust, I will give them either complete or partial access to do, unrestricted ECS access, but we'll see. Okay. I guess we're starting at the top. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to do a check-in. Didn't I? Yeah, I didn't do a check-in. This is more refactoring step. Refactoring, do I want to say step or just refactoring of the rendering system? I like this better. So extract methods that create cameras. That's essentially what I did, and that saved me a bunch of lines of code. Oh, we also did update systems, right? Extract method update systems. Do anything else? I think that was it. Hey, I will resist the urge to do a git GC, but I will push because I'm paranoid. Do you have undo yet based on the journal? I do for some things, yes. But I figured that, like, if you've already slain that monster, why would I ever need to unslay the monster? So stuff like deleting an entity, there's no undo. You'd have to go back to an old state snapshot of the game to get it back. Yeah, so I've been thinking about, like, as the GM, if I'm drawing stuff, I've done this before where I, like, say, oops, what was there, right? Now here it's obvious it was water, right? But let's say it was something more complicated, like I forgot, was that water or was that lava or what? It would be nice to have an undo. I think what I would do is do it on the front end. I would have the front end remember what tile was there, and an undo would just be adding it back. Hey there, I am Fletcher. How are you doing? I like your wave. I will send you my wave in return. All right, cool. So back to refactoring. I really want to put strain on myself. Well, that's not the right term. I want to put emphasis on myself to, on my thinking to keep going back to this until this is refactored. I will really only be happy with this when the file is less than, say, 2,000 lines. So I'm looking for common repetitive things I'm doing in this test framework that I can pull into these helper functions. How often do I do creating a thing like a character like that? Something with a position and a tile. I bet I do that a lot. Yeah, let's refactor this. So this would be const.auto character. I'll type it fresh because I'll use this to extract the method. And we really want to say something like a create tile entity. And the essential arguments here are what? The x, the y, the depth, and the tile ID. And then we might have a tile set later. And there's also a label. Pepe. Let's use 0. Let's have a tile set. And if it's 0, then we'll just withhold it. So that's kind of like what I want, and then this is what I want to go into that. Create tile entity. Right here. And we'll figure out the arguments in a second. Let me copy this line to figure out what the argument name should be. See that was X and Y. I'll just do one line. I'll stick to my style doing one line per parameter, even though I'm really tempted to group them like that. And then the one was depth, right? and then the 0 was tile set, and then tile, and then we can promote that to C++ string, right? Label, and then maybe we'll have a default of empty string. And then so that's X, that's Y. Let's call this one just entity, because we're going to return that anyway. Because we don't know what it is. Could be a character, could be a wall, who knows. That's the depth. That's the tile. That is the label, but only... Okay, so I'm going to break this up, because there might not be a label. So first, we'll say auto tile equals that, right? And then I'll say if not label empty, then tile name equals label. And then I can remove that. And then I wanted to also add if tile set is not equal to 0, then tile, there's an actual named key for this. Key tile set. And then why is this giving me a trouble? Is that because I have two things called tile? I do. So this should be tile component. And then that's tile component. Cool. I don't need that anymore. And this should be returning an int. Create tile entity. So the only readability problem here might be the, like, which one goes to which parameter, but you can always click that to see that, I suppose. What happens if I hover over it? Okay, so you can kind of see it in the pop-up, X, Y, depth, tiles. So maybe I'm going to go with that sufficient documentation is the pop-up, or if you navigate, you can see them. Yeah, I'll just do that. So we're looking for tiles, or we're creating tiles, right? Here we go, here's another character. X, Y, and then what was it again? Depth is 1, tile set none. How come there's no tile number? Oh, because the tile number didn't matter. I'll just put 1, and that's Pepe. Okay, so that's good. Let me run this in the debugger to make sure I'm not messing it up too much. If that still passes, then we'll be good. Okay, let's run them all. You're doing really good. You got back from work shortly? And messing around with some Twitch IRC stuff? I'm okay. We had some problems, moderation problems in the channel earlier, but seem to have subsided. And I've been working on Twitch IRC stuff a little bit too, as part of a secret project. Which, if nothing else, so I'm working on, I'll tell you a little bit about the secret project. I like to wave to people who, like, when they first chat in my stream. So, like, for example, I can say, hey there, Wubby, or don't pay. I always forget which one you want me to say. Anyway, I was writing a little program on the side that tracks to see who have I waved to that has chatted today, and then it will like nag me on the side if I forget to say hi to someone. So that's probably the biggest thing I'll get out of the secret project. But since it's monitoring Twitch IRC stuff, I'm like, might as well throw in some other stuff in there, like, you know, if someone comes in with a new account, we can auto time them out for a day, just in case they're just created an account to troll, right? So stuff like that. Because it's super, super easy. If you already have a program that's monitoring chat and can respond, it's a great opportunity to just add more tools for that. So that's what I was doing. All right. So we're going to continue this, looking for tiles. Okay, here's another one. Whoops. Scrolled by accident. 2, 4, depth 1. Oh, that's the tile set tile. Okay, so that's good. We're good there. And another one. 2, 3, depth 1, tile ID 1. Okay, that's good. Okay, and then we change it. We can do that. We can pass on that for now. All right, and this is 2, 4, 1, and that's it. Right? Cool. Yeah, it's actually well, I won't go into too much details, but yeah, Chris has something in his channel to do that when that happens. The problem I had today wouldn't have been solved by that though. I was looking at some of the accounts and they weren't new, which is sort of concerning. That means like either someone has hacked a bunch of other people's accounts or they created a bunch of accounts to use to harass other people and left them around long enough so they don't look like they're new accounts anymore. So it's hard to tell what's what, you know. But I captured all the data and I can look at it later, try to figure it out. Character 2, 3, 1, and that's all it cares about. Yep. 2, 3, 1. And what's this with old zone? Sprite added when moved to default zone. This is an old key we don't care about. Well, why are these both 0? Though that's messed up. Why? What is this? This is old stuff. This is really old stuff. Wait a minute, does this actually do anything? Oh, this is completely broken. I never knew. It just passed because it didn't move anything, and the only reason why we get an add sprite is we created it after the camera was created. That's messed up. Wait. Oh, it's removing the zone key. It's what's doing it. Okay, we can do that. So we would just put it in, it doesn't matter what zone. I'm going to put it in zone 42. No, that wasn't, it was, which one is zone? Is that the 4th? Oh, zone isn't in there. We should add it, and I should probably put it after depth. So 40, that means I'll have to go back and fix the other ones. So we'll put it in zone 42 to begin with. And this, we don't need that. It's just removing the zone key entirely. Just show it up. Okay, so this puts it in the default zone? Yep, okay. So I need to change this then. The 4th argument needs to be zone. And I suppose if it's 0, we won't add it, so it'll, then let's pull this out. Position component equals that, and then we'll say if zone is not 0, pause component, realm server, key position zone equals zone, and then that's position component there. I gotta go through all of these now, and these all needed to be 0 anyway, right? So let's just get prepared to add a 0 colon in front of all these things. And I'm not doing multi-cursor because I want to see each and every one of these. Okay, cool, I got them all. Let's test that and make sure I didn't break anything. Who tests the testers? No one tests the testers. The testers are above the law. They are above the law. I guess the tests self-test, right? I don't even know what that means, Steve. You got me there. Okay, copy. And then tile. Foobar. Why did I call it? I probably call it foobar because I'm like, I don't have another name for this. Okay, fine. Foobar it is. It's at 2, 3, depth 1 in, doesn't matter the zone, and it's in, oh, it's in tile set foobar. create tile entity, old tile set. This is the obsolete tile set, so we need another thing in here. It's actually a string, a tile ID 1, and we'll leave out the label. So it's a variant of this that will really we won't really need very much of it. It's just, probably don't even care anymore at this point. It's where the zone used to be a string identifier. And so it was in here, right? This guy. Is that how I did it? Actually, let me go back. Back. I'm not finding it now. Create tile entity old tile set. Oh, it wasn't the zone, it was a tile set. Shoot. Okay, let me see what the lens, get lens says that looked like a moment ago. Oh, the code is still there. I never removed it. Never mind. It's still there. I just didn't see it. Yeah, tile set used to be a string. So it's still tile set. And I think I was saying zone doesn't matter, right? Yeah, let's just remove the zone. So it's XY depth tile set tile. And no label. Right? So there's no zone. So this can go back to being there. And let's just include it, because I know that's what I want. It's going to be tile set. And there's no label. So this can all be put back in there. Cool. And then that reduces that code. I wonder if that's the only test that actually does that, and I just could have sort of spent all that time for no good reason. I don't know, maybe. So that's create tile entity 2, 3, depth is 1, zone is no zone, tile set 42, tile 1, Pepe. I sure use Pepe a lot in this test. The spacing for the JSON object look weird for you in those functions? You mean, oh yeah, you're right. Good catch. It should be that. See, this is how Toulouse scores so many points. And he has way more than 4. He's got like 70 something tucked away that once I've redeployed the latest version of the code, he'll get his points back. But yeah, thank you for spotting that. You got the eyes, man. You got those golden eyes. Tile changed, not... Hold on. Did I skip too far? Oh, no, that's an act. Yeah. Aha, here's the next thing. Okay, let me rebuild it again. Your home button broke. Uh-oh. On my iPhone, it's not even a button anymore. It's a pressure-sensitive circular display unit. So when I got it, I'm like, I bet this is gonna break at some point, and it'll be where I press it, and it's like, how come it's frozen? I'm like, oh yeah, it's not a button. It's just not detecting the pressure anymore. So create tile entity. 2, 3, 1. No zone. No tile set. Tile 1. Pepe. You would think PE autocomplete would type Pepe, but it doesn't. Okay, now we have character 2. Also named Pepe? Why did I bother putting in a Pepe in the first place? Well, that's weird. Oh, it's in a different zone. That's why. So, like, this character 2 won't show up. Right. So that's on purpose. This one's in 4, 5, depth 1, but in a different zone. And I don't like using 0. I'll use 42. Otherwise, everything's the same, right? Should I put a note here? Camera sees character 1, but not character 2. Because character 1 and the camera are... why can't I spell today? Are both in the default zone, which I need to obsolete. I need to do that soon, too. Both in the default zone, while character 2 is in zone 42. All right. Moving on. Create tile entity. 2, 3, depth 1, zone, no zone, no tile set 1, Pepe. Test entity. All right, test entity it is. 2, 3, 1, no zone, but in tile set 42 for some reason. I guess just to spice it up, and then there is... did I make that optional, right? I should. I did. Great. Shoop. Special access tile. Ooh, this one's different. Maybe I leave this one the way it is, because it has this key that no other test will have. Right, but we can do it for this one. Create tile, test tile, no, tile. 2, 4, depth 1, no zone, tile set 18, tile I, there we go. Foo bar. This one has a health bar. I think we leave that one alone. Well, there's another one of it. Let's make another helper. It's a slightly different one. We'll start off with tile. I keep picking the wrong method. Tile entity. 2, 3, depth 1, no zone, tile set. Why is it foo bar? You know, there's no reason to use that obsolete code. Let's use a number. 42. Tile 1. No label, but I need to include the health bar, level, and max. So this is going to be create tile entity with health bar. And let's copy that out. Paste. And then that goes here. Create entity with health bar or with health bar? With health bar. And it's XY depth zone tile set, right? So it's just extra. Well, this one is now required, and now it's level, and max. I really should just take all of this, shouldn't I? And just add to it. And probably I should just have the other one call this one. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I need to add these extra things to tile. So I already have tile here. So if, let's just say if level is not equal to max. Or actually, it's better if max is not 0. Then we'll add 2 more key values. Health bar, or health bar level, health bar max. All right, thank you very much. I don't need you anymore. And then we can just have this one call the other one, right? So this would be X, Y depth, zone, tile set, tile, 0, 0. Actually, let's just put it all in one line. Stretch that line length limit slightly. Hey there, Irish John. He's raiding. I don't know. He might be watching an ad. I don't know. He might be. He might be. I should wait a minute. I should wait until he's no longer watching an ad. Oh, yar! He's got me. He's no longer watching an ad. How are you doing, Irish John? And followers, viewers of Irish John, how are you doing? Yep, I'm doing refactoring today. So there's like a lot of this kind of garbage setup code for my tests that I'm trying to package away into these helpers so that you can, when you're reading my code's unit tests, you'll be like, oh, we're creating a tile with a health bar. And there are a lot of parameters to that, but I figure it's okay that if you can hover over, you can see, oh, it's X, Y, depth zone, you know, that the details aren't really as important as what we're actually doing. We're creating a tile entity with a health bar because we expect that we want it to show up as that message back to us, right? If I was using a language that let me name the parameters, I would do that, because that's maybe one weakness of C++ here, is that you kind of have to hover over it in the IDE to see what the names are. But I don't know, can't be perfect, right? How was your stream, Irish John? I should wave to you, yar. Irish John Gaming. He's a cool streamer to watch. He's working on a game in Unity. Pirate ship PvP battles, complete with like storming the keep and all that stuff. It was good. All right, nice to hear it. Glad to hear it, I should say. So yeah, well, this might not be the most interesting. You can ask me questions at any point and I'll explain what's going on. Here's what my game looks like. This is a little test environment that we're playing around here, where we have it's a dark area, but it's lit by these lights, so that if you can see the lights, you can see that the area is lit by around. If you go around the corner, though, where's a corner I can go around? Maybe this one up here? No, I need a corner. Probably it'd be better just to go around this little corner. Now that wall is in the way, but you can still see that there's something lit by a light that you can't see until you go around the corner and you see, oh, there's where it was. So it's inspired by the Ultima games, and it's online, so you can play it now, although technically I'm still doing the engine. And there's not much game content yet, except for a lot of test content. And from time to time, I gotta stop working on actual features of the game and go back and clean up the code. So it's one of those days today. So we're going in like, here's a test to make sure that health bars update properly, right? But this arrange section is just setting up the conditions for the test. So this entire block here, I'm right now working on creating, whenever this is all over the place in this test suite. So I'm working to replace it with a smaller thing that is easier to read. It would be create a tile entity at 2, 3, 1, which are these particular arguments in there, X, Y, and depth. And then the zone is not present, tile set is not present, tile ID is 1, and label is Pepe. And now we're using the version that has a health bar. So that has level and max. So all of that goes away. And so it's somewhat easier to read. Like I was saying before, it might not be obvious what parameters are what, but you can always hover over it in an IDE to see that. I think of the arrange sections of my unit test as being not so important as the act. The act is saying that if we set the tile entity of the character to have this in it, and we update the rendering system, we expect to get back two messages, that the tile was modified and the sprite is updated. And what we're doing here is changing the health bar level from 7 to 5. So that results in the tile being marked as modified and the sprite updated. That's what this is saying, really. I could probably shorten this too. Like all of this, the only thing interesting out of this, I think, is that the entity number is character, and the delta is that the changed flag got turned off. Right? We turned it on to mark that it was changed, and then it got turned back off. So, a lot of refactoring work is just like simplifying the code by taking sections of code and then making them into functions, and then you have single lines that call those functions. And especially helpful if you do this a lot. Like if I did this 20 different tests, then I save a lot of code just by having a function do that and just call the same function 20 times. That's what's going on. Thanks for the follows, by the way. So yeah, the Omnia Regna is sort of... How should I say this? We go through different phases. Either I'm adding features to the game, or I'm working on game content, which is not so much yet because the engine's not complete. And refactoring, so it's sort of like a refactoring stage. What's cool about C++? You can compile it for almost any kind of computer machine. That's one thing you can say about C++, that's pretty cool. Same you can say with C. The languages are very, very widespread, and there's support out there for them for almost any machine. Whereas if you pick something like JavaScript, well, I don't know if you can run JavaScript native on every single machine. Maybe JavaScript's cool too. I don't know. Just kidding. Yeah. As time goes on, probably C and C++ will be less cool because other languages will have these things too. But they're the they're the oldest languages pretty much, and so they run on everything. But they have all these warts, like crazy looking syntax, like double colons for namespaces and that kind of thing. You don't know of any native JS compilers? Well, it's more like machines that run, or tools that will take JavaScript and run it on almost any machine, right? But, eventually the modern languages like Rust and JavaScript and C#, they'll run on everything too, and then C++ will lose its edge. That's fine. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's a very popular language. Okay, so let's continue. So I'm looking for places where we reference the tile string inside of an arrange. Yeah, so right here we're creating a wall, right? So a wall in the game is, there's an entity identifier, and then we create a position component and a tile component to say basically where it is and how to draw it. That's what these are saying, right? So that's now being consolidated in create tile entity, where we give the coordinates 0, -1, the depth is 0, the zone is not specified, tile set is tile set, ID is 2, there is no label. Done. So all of this code here highlighted gets replaced by that, and now it's maybe a little bit more readable, because the only thing we really care about in this test setup is that we're creating a wall and we're creating a patch of ground next to the wall. That's all that I really care about reading here. Zone unspecified, tile set 1. There we go. So now I just reduced it down to 2 lines to add a wall and a ground piece. Easier to read. Well, it's not the 90% of games, it's 90% of game engines, right? But I would say that when you're talking about games, usually people, when they talk about working on games, they're working on the content that goes into the game engine. And then I think there's a kind of a variety there, right? A lot of things use Unity, so that's just data for Unity, or it's maybe C# code that you plug into it. But yeah, you do have Unreal Engine, and that's all C++ as one thing you could use there, sure. WebAssembly, I would love to learn that if I had the time. C++ is actually not the best language to access memory. The best language to access memory is C, I think. Because modern C++, actually, you're encouraged not to access memory directly, but to work through objects which sort of hide away the dirty details of memory access. So you don't, like in my code, you won't see many pointers. If you want to access memory, you're usually using pointers, right? I guess you could think of variables as memory, but even those in C++, it abstracts away like where it is in memory. It might not even be in memory. You could have a variable that's all just in a register, or it doesn't actually exist because the compiler figures, oh, you don't actually need that. Anyway, all right. I'm gonna need to take a break soon. Oh, that's right, because it's almost 4 hours. I usually only stream about 4 hours because I kind of run out of energy after that. So I'll probably go another. I'll probably finish this refactoring step and call it a day. I think I feel like I've accomplished a lot because this file was over 5,000 lines long and now it's under 3,600. That's good. So this is create tile entity -1 -1 depth 0 zone unspecified tile set 2. That's wall 1. I'm guessing wall 2 is the same as wall 1, only the position is different. Yes. Okay. That's wall 2. Look at that. It's so much easier to read when we only need one line of code to create a wall. And -1 0. So much better. And then ground. Ground is going to be different in coordinates, but also in the tile ID. I kind of feel like I should build this and make sure I didn't break anything. JS is really fast for common code. There's not many compilers that's faster than JS. Many mainstream compilers generate only marginally faster code. I would agree to that if the code is written well. I think it's possible. I think it's even possible in JavaScript to write code that's terribly written and will be slow, and it wouldn't be JavaScript's fault. Ooh, I messed something up. Really, way at the top? Did I forget to return the thing? I did. I gotta return that. Oops. And assuming that's fixed, let's return back down to where we were down here. Okay, run them all. Uh-oh, I did break something. How many things did I break? Just one? Not bad. I broke... Oh, the expectation was it was foobar tile set, and I fixed that because I don't want to use the obsolete string-based tile sets. Fixed. Nice. I think any kind of language would be slow if you do tight loops that do allocations, unless the allocation system is specialized for your loopings, or your loops. LLVM IR to C? Why would you want to... Oh, to make it more portable? Well, that sounds cool. Yeah, if you can get code to be converted to C, C is just basically universally compilable to any kind of machine. Going back to what we were saying before about what's good about C++, right? Or what's good about C and C++ in general. I think it's just, you can run it on almost any machine out there. That would be a great challenge. Find me a machine that you cannot run compiled C code on, right? It's probably out there, like very, very specialized machines, but I bet there probably aren't very many of them. Risk V? Is that an example? Hey, I mean, there you go. But I bet it's in the 0.001% of all machines. Tile. I don't know. I shouldn't spout off these challenges because invariably I will be disproven, and then I just get the sense that the set of machines out there that can run different languages, the sets of machines that can run various languages, if you looked at C and C++, it would be a very, very, very large set. compared to the other languages. And I wish I had the data to prove that. I bet there's data out there, though. Your game watch. Risk V will rule the world very soon. Okay, this is create tile. 1, -2, depth 0, no zone specified, tile set, 1, no label. That's ground. I bet we're going to have more of these, right? Yeah. There's another test that has a ground thing. Only difference is the coordinates of it. Yep. And another ground piece. That's at 1, 0. Oh, this is actually in a numbered zone. Zone. Tile set 1. There we go. This piece of ground is also in zone. It's at 2, 0. I thought that it did, yes. It runs in JavaScript, right? I could be wrong. I don't know anything about WebAssembly. From what I've heard, it takes C, C++, and compiles it to something that can run either directly in the browser or in JavaScript or something. Well, Nui makes everyone's day. Nui's like an expert at helping out, making the channel great. One of my top viewers. Ooh, I put this one at max range on purpose. So this one, I think I will break it out into different lines. At least that much of it. And depth 0 zone. Yeah, let's keep it like that. All right. I am crawling through this code slowly. There are a lot of places where I need to do this. Create tile entity 3, 0, 0, zone, tile set 1. Monster. We've gone away from ground and we're doing monsters now, apparently. -3, 10, depth 0, zone, tile set 1. I don't know why I called it monster in that test. Back to ground in this test, apparently. Okay, see you, Irish John. Sorry this is sort of boring. Refactoring I always think is kind of boring. But it's necessary, you know. Have an awesome rest of your day, Irish John. Thanks for the raid. I always worry that I'm going to mess something up here, too. Wall 1. In zone at 1, 0, no depth, 0 yet. Zone, tile set 2. Almost messed that one up. Phew. That would have been close. I mean, that was close. That would have been bad. 1, 1. Everything else is the same because it's another wall. And let me guess. Monster is tile 1. At, okay, different position. Yes. Otherwise, everything's the same. Whoops. Cutting down so much code this way. Torch. Ooh, look at that. We're creating torches now. Right, because this one is lit. This is lit, fam. This tile is lit. Okay, 3, 0, 0, zone, tile set 1. It's a tile that emits light. And another torch. At the same exact spot and everything. Wouldn't you know? And then here we have a wall. And now, according to my scroll bar, I'm halfway through. Man. There are a lot of hits to this change. That's right. Tile set 2. I mean, it's just tedious. This stuff is tedious. And I'm paying the price for not refactoring earlier. Is what I'm doing. But you know, I'm used to paying prices. It's not so bad. In the end, I'll feel a sense of accomplishment that I've cut this code down in size and made it easier for future Raimu to read. Wall is tile 2. Yeah, I just wait too long to refactor. That's the problem. Just don't... Just do what I say, not what I do. Don't wait so long to refactor your code. You'll end up being in my position where you're hitting like 300 copies of the same code that you should have refactored like months ago. Are the servers down? They shouldn't be. Let's check it out. Oh, yeah. Will I be able to even log in? Hold on a second. I might have to redeploy the front end to fix this one little problem that I have. Shoot. I guess I can log in as a normal user. Hold on. That we can show. Yeah, I can't log in as a GM right now until I redeploy the front end. Which one's my... This one, incognito. I can do this one. Yes, authorize me. No, the game's not down. Here I am. I'm playing the game. Look, I'm playing it. Yeah, it was fun for a couple of hours, wasn't it? Playing with scissors. So, the person who asked if the servers are down, I wonder if they're a bot too. Oh, it's a good excuse to play my game. Die. Slimes, you have nothing on me. Oh, someone else is playing. Who's that? Ooh, hey there, A squared. How are you doing? Would you like some gold? There, have some gold. Pick up that gold. There, 29 gold. Now I'm no longer burdened with gold. Gold is such a burden anyway. Now, this is a scary part of the dungeon. Oh, there's a slime there. Die. That's a bug, by the way, that I can see A squared's combat. He's fighting something off screen, but I shouldn't be able to see that. That is a bugaroo. Okay, there's dangerous enemies here. Oh, here he comes. He's coming after me. Die. I know he's got a friend. You die too. No, I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm dead. Respawn at safe point. Here's the safe point, by the way. If you stand next to this well, then the next time you die, you can respawn there. And I should probably have some more. There's gotta be more visual artifacts to reinforce that where the safe zones are. I haven't done it yet though. Anyway, that was fun. A little bit of a diversion. Thank you for that follow, by the way. The chat appears to be broken. It shouldn't be. Let me try that again. Incognito window, right? Do this off screen. Let's see. Hello? Oh, yeah. I know why. Because I'm not logged in as a GM. Because it's broken. Yeah, so chat right now is just disabled in-game because the GM view is down. I'll have to redeploy the front end. Yeah, I don't have GM access right now. In fact, I should just do that now so I can get it back because I'm going to need to do that to turn off the bot anyway. So I'll show you how I would deploy the front end. We go to the front end and we do, I guess we want to do this formally, right? So I will bump the version number up. That is, I should probably see what am I doing by deploying this? I don't think I made any changes to the front end that would break the back end right now. Because what? What do we have here that might break things? Nothing really. I think everything's cool. Alright, so let's just do it. So I would go to the package.json file and bump the version number up. So it's 129.1. And then I do npm build here. Run build. There we go. Yeah, I didn't want people to chat while I wasn't monitoring it because I wasn't logging it, but now I am logging it. And so I could probably lift that And I don't know what I would. Maybe what I would do is when I'm not streaming, I would not allow new account creation or something like that. What I'm worried about is when I'm not looking, people going in there and just abusing the game. Oh, I'm not in the right directory. That would be why I got all those errors. Oh, I'm not even in the correct window. This is the one I want to be in. I don't want to be in this window over here because that's my Git window. Yeah, let's go check that change in this one. So, bump front end to version 1.29.1 and then commit that. And might as well do tag, right? Front 1.29.1. Git tag front 1.29.1. And then as soon as that builds, I'll deploy it and then be able to get back into my own game. Anyone who says Java with a capital J? Nah, we wouldn't ban that. We're inclusive of Java. Just don't say Perl with a capital P and we'll be fine. Hey there, Lazy Guru. How are you doing? Java is an island, yes. That's true. Is that what Java with the capital J means? We're talking about the island? Do I have a naughty word list? No, because I figured that if I put one in place, it'll just encourage people to do misspelled variants of naughty words. And then we're just escalating it to where I need to either spend a lot of time writing my own profanity filter or paying for one, and I'd rather just avoid the problem in different ways. But I don't know, at some point maybe I have to give in and have some kind of profanity filter. I would hate to have to do that. Okay, so the deployment is wdeploy. And here you're seeing me deploy the front end. It's really just copying all of the output of npm run build to S3, where the game front end files are hosted. And there was a new graphic that I needed to deploy also, right? The ghost image. Yes, so let's do that. That's in public, right? Right, so AWS S3 copy the ghost ping to the game. And we should be good. I should be able to get back in now. Not that one. This one. Let me take this off. Good. And then let me just get my key in there. This one. Okay, I'm in. Adam Hack. Okay, now the in-game chat should work because I'm in the game. So, hello? I think it's working now. Might help to keep a naughtiness score on each player. I mean, like how naughty someone is. But the problems I have are mostly that people troll, so they're either completely good players or completely bad players. And so it's really just... that's been where the problems are. So I'm trying to focus my attention more on preventing people from just harassing me by creating harassment accounts. So stuff like reCAPTCHA check, and just not showing their chat at all or their name. So nothing. It's worthless for them to even try because there's nothing they can really do. That's worked pretty well, actually. I don't know what the Scunthorpe problem is. Did I look that up? What is that? Blocking a website's emails before it posts search results by a spam filter in a search engine because their text contains a string of letters that appear to have... Oh, I see. Like if you have two words that when you concatenate them together, the end of one word and the beginning of the next word form a profane word. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Now I know what you mean. Okay, cool. So I don't think it broke anything, right? Actually, I should reload this to see. I can still play, right? I can drop that 2 gold. Yep, I can pick it up again, alright. And... oh, the camera's messed up. Oh, that's interesting. Can I move at all? I cannot move. Why would I not be able to move the camera? Huh. Can I go to another zone? I cannot. Huh. It's an interesting way for it to break, isn't it? For the camera not to work at all. Didn't expect that. Can I inspect entities? I can. At least I can inspect entities. Hold on. I don't think this is actually working. Oh, I bet you the coordinates aren't right. I do that and then inspect. Okay, yeah. So the camera sprites aren't working. Everything else is, though. That's weird. I wonder if it's in the JavaScript I'll see errors. I really don't want to show this on screen. I'll just fix it later. It's only the GM, right? The normal players, I hit a reload here. Normal players aren't affected by it. So this is running a newer version of the front end, older version of the back end. And I really only wanted the GM to enable chat for now. Hey there, Toulouse. I found you. Haha. Here, have some money. Hi. Chat testing. Chat should work. Oh, he's gonna do it. He's gonna pick up the cursed money. Oh, he didn't. He fell for it. He picked up the cursed money. All right, let me finish the refactoring I was doing. Right. Okay, this is where I was. I created wall 1 and not wall 2. Okay, good. Cursed money. Yeah. I can do that. Like, I have so many funny ideas, like both like amusing to me and also maybe just great game ideas. Since I'm in control of making the game, I can do stuff like I could tag a piece of money with a special tag and then just give it to someone and then see, like, check a month later. So where did that piece of gold end up, right? Why not? I can do that stuff. And other players might not even know. All sorts of wicked plots are hatched in my mind. Thank you for that follow, by the way. All right. Light 1 is also a tile entity. It's at 2, 0, tile ID 1. And then light 2 is probably... yeah, it's at 0, 0. All right. Just let me run it just to double check. I didn't even look for you, Toulouse. I was just totally just stumbled upon you by accident, didn't I? Cool. Yeah, I got maybe 40% more of this file to get through. 1, 0. This is okay. 2. Yep. Wall 2 is at 3, 0. Light 1 is at 2, 0, and it's tile 1. That means a light 2. Yes, there is. Light 2 is at 0, 0. So much code I can clean up. Yeah, the front end just displays the tiles it gets. Yeah, so, like, I can't show, I don't want to show it. Oh, there's a squared. I'd be willing to show it in the test environment. I was showing this earlier, like, the fact that we can see this is because we get this message right here, this sprites message. So, it gave us a list of 83 things to draw on the screen. We get the depth, the entity ID, which is I just use in the front end as like a key into the map of sprites, right? and then which tile set to pull from and which tile from, and the relative coordinates on the screen, 5 by 6, right? And so that has to be matched up with the tile set information, which is here. So we have to find, like, tile set 47 is background.ping, and the tiles in here, like, let's look at one of them. It has certain frame list, and so this says to draw from texture coordinates 32 pixels by 0 pixels. This is tile 2. And if it was an animated tile, it would have other information in here. Like this one says scroll true, so that means that's the water tile, it scrolls. So another one like NPCs, right? These ones that animate will have generally 2 frames. So it like flip-flops between the frames. So the tile sets say what image file to download, and then what texture coordinates to pull from, and then the timing of the animation. All of that's encoded in the tile sets. So that combined with these sprites tells you not only what to draw, but how to do the animation. And then whenever you move in the game, there's a smaller message called a sprite shift, where it says, everything that you already know about, just shift them over by 1 square. And by the way, here are some sprites that are no longer visible, and here are some new sprites that just became visible because of the move. So it's like a delta. So that's 507 bytes versus the original message, which was just shy of 4,000 bytes long. And there's a bug here. There are too many. I think this list is too big. I'm not sure why, but bug aside, that's basically how it works. What's the reasoning for using phaser for the map, not just React? I wanted to use WebGL for stuff like the animation, stuff that would be too rapid to do in React. For example, like if I go down, where is it? How do I get out of here? Where's the exit? Should have an exit sign. These particle effects where the position of these particles changes like, 10 to 20 times per second. I just wanted something very responsive, so something WebGL based would be perfect there. And the concept of that you have a sprite so that you first describe how to draw it and then you just move it around. It's super convenient to do that in something like Phaser or Pixie.js, so that's why I use it. Yeah, so these particle things are just saying where the particle is and its path. So it says go from 1,4 to 1 by -2 to 2 by 4 over the course of half a second. And so that's all that the front end is told. Drawing the particle in the correct arc along with following this path is all done by the front end in my middleware using Phaser. And it's really just on a timer. Every frame, it just moves along this path. So you can see it's basically every time a particle gets spawned, there's another particle message. But the individual movement is all front end driven. So yeah, it's cool. It's hot too because it's a lava particle. Just kidding. That was a horrible joke. Create tile entity 200 zone tile set 2. Oh, I'm not also using Pixie.js. For a while I wasn't sure if I wanted to use Pixie or Phaser, and I settled on Phaser. I had been using Pixie for a while as an alternative. And I picked Phaser mostly because it also supports audio, and I didn't have to worry about another audio solution. Whereas Pixie.js, I believe it does not have audio support. And there's another reason. Oh yeah, Phaser handles Z-order sorting for me. I don't have to do it myself. So that's a bonus. I guess we can use the helper here, right? It doesn't really matter that it's concise. Okay, again, wall 1, 1, 0, and all that. And then wall 2 is at 2, 0. And then light is at 0, 0 with a different tile ID. This is a familiar pattern I'm getting into. A lot of these tests have the same setup and we're just doing slightly different things. Again, there's a wall 1 at 1. Yeah, exactly. And then a wall 2 at 3, 0. Just slight variations in coordinates and stuff like that. 2, 0. Okay, making slow progress. I wish this would go faster. But we're cutting down a lot of code, I hope. Hopefully, that's the point. That's the point of all this, you know? If I wasn't making progress in the refactoring, I'd just be wasting my time. Alright, code easier to read. We like this. We like code that's easier to read, right? 0, 0, tile 1. Get rid of all that garbage. Clearly you need to copy paste. Yeah, I should have refactored before I made all these copies of all the tests. My bad, and I am paying for it right now. You're seeing the streamer in real time paying for the mistake of not refactoring early. Save me. I promise never to do it again. That's a hard promise to keep, by the way. Just refactor all your code before you write it. Perfect! Steve, you're brilliant! Let's all do that. Just write code that's like never... If only we could do that. Oh, actually I'm making quite a bit of progress right now, because all of these are very similar to each other. I'm only adjusting like X and Y with these. I'm probably making a mistake here and there, but that's okay. That's what unit tests are for, right? They catch our mistakes. Oh, this is different. Did I just keep this? I'm gonna keep this separate for now. Yeah, I'll leave that one alone. I'll leave these ones alone. Yeah. Okay, good. We're done. Will the project be further along if no tests were written? It's hard to say because I might have spent a lot more days and weeks debugging problems. It might not be as stable as it is, right? There might be a lot more problems with Raft, for example, or glitches and crashes. I really have been lucky and perhaps benefiting from the unit test framework in that the servers that run the game don't really crash very often. And most of the problems I see are just like the data gets bad, and really doesn't happen very often. And I would like to credit the test-driven development to that, but the problem is that I would have to go back in time or do it again a different way without unit tests, and to be able to know for sure. But I'd like to think that doing the unit testing makes it overall more stable at the price of making it slower to develop. But that it's like, do you do the work at the beginning or at the end of the project, right? If you wanted to see rapid progress, you would not do test-driven development. I think it would be like very agile, and you would expect a lot of instability because you're making a lot of changes rapidly. Whereas I'm doing the approach of like the slow and steady turtle that will end up maybe finishing the race just because I get to make steady progress if I do it right. And at the end it'll be stable, and I won't be spending like months potentially on stability because, you know, and at some point, even if you're doing the rapid development, if it's not stable, you'll find that you can't make any more changes to the code because it's so unstable and it crashes so much. And you'll be like, okay, we have to stop now and fix all the bugs before we can move on. Okay, I messed up this test. What did I do? I probably messed up the coordinates to this, right? Oh no, the walls are not, the light is not tile 2, it's 1. That's what I did. I remember that. Cool. I think I am done for now. I need to make test-free tests. No, I gotta draw the line somewhere. For me, I draw the line at I don't test the tests and I don't test the user interfaces. I figure if there's something wrong in this user interface here, I will see it or experience it when I press the buttons, right? Whereas if something's going wrong in the back end, I might not see it because it might not be my login, or it might be that the data is corrupted and the corruption is not detected at first. So I figure though a UI bug is very visible, and so I will not bother testing the UI, but I know that that's controversial and it's not for everyone. You should draw a line at testing 8 levels of tests. I think I draw mine at 1. Definitely make sure to check in today. Yes, thank you, Toulouse. Toulouse, you're awesome. This will be a nice diff, I am sure. Look at all those reds replaced by tiny little green lines. refactoring of the rendering system. Extract basically the create tile entity method and friends. Health bar, old tile set, good old friends. There we go. Let's see what the final count of lines in that test suite is, and then I think the original was over 5,000, right? Over 5,000! Now what are we at? 2,600. So, it's quite possible I cut this file in half just by those refactoring steps today. Yeah. And I'm not done. A lot of the stuff I think I could continue doing, like, let's go in the middle here, right? These assertions, I could probably reduce these quite a bit because a lot of this structural stuff is the same boilerplate, and the only thing essentially different are the numbers inside here, right? I'm always using server 85 because of 85 filter, and usually 15 because I just copy pasted that everywhere. So like these could be completely put into the boilerplate test helpers, and then we won't see them everywhere. So yeah, I got more work to do, but I'm gonna go take a break now. Writing tests is like writing your app twice and hoping you got it right once. Hope testing your test would bring that up. Well, yeah, but the tests continue to pay off after you're done, because if you make changes, the tests catch any regression, right? Might be a dumb question, but what is ECS? It is Entity Component System. And that's not a dumb question. I actually have a note page on this. Where is it? Is it names? I forget where I put this. Note somewhere. Entity Component System, here we go. An entity is an object in the game. It's represented by a unique ID. Hold on a second. So, an entity is like what you would expect. It's something, some kind of object in the game. Could be a tree, could be a sword, could be an entire zone, but it's broken up into components. The essential difference is that the entity is identity. The component is data. The system is code. So entity, identity, and component, data. System, code. That's what it all boils down to. So it's split along those three dimensions, essentially. You don't put any code in your components, and there is no notion of identity, really. Identity is just a number, so it has neither code nor data. The systems have only code. They don't store any data or identities in the system. And so once you break it along those three lines, the way they hook up is components always are linked to an entity. So when you create a component, you have to say what entity the component goes for, right? And if given an identity, you don't have any data until you ask the component system, give me all the components that go with that entity. And that's what the systems end up doing. They will say either, let me loop through all of the tiles in the game or all the NPCs in the game. And for each one, it'll get an entity and the component data for that entity of that component type. So there you go. That's in a nutshell what the ECS is. And this is just my interpretation of entity component system. There are others out there. This, I was attracted to this because of the clean separation between identity, data, and code. And it allows you to do some clever things, like a lot of the times your game systems are going to be looping through everything of a certain kind, like all NPCs, or all trees, or all stones, or something like that. And if you could arrange your data so that the pattern of access is predictable, you can align it with how the caching system works on your machine, and you can reduce the number of cache misses and then make your game a lot faster. Now that's some really advanced stuff I haven't really gotten into, but it's they call it data-driven design, and basically arranging your data to be so that as much as possible it's all cached, and so it's really fast. You're refreshing, you're getting an error page. Where are you refreshing? In the game? Is my game broken? I'm not getting an error page. Oh, the note page. The note page. Oh, I see. Arrays of object versus object of arrays. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So it's sort of a rudimentary composition pattern because there's no real hierarchy. It's flat. Um, Entity has one or more components, and each component is in a different category. And components don't really have subcomponents. I do have references. So, for example, can I show this? I can show the test environment. No, that's not the test environment. This is. So if I, let's say, go to my character and look at... Okay, I need to actually have my character pick up something. I'm not holding anything. How do I show? Actually, I can just show this position, right? So the entities are linked together, roughly speaking, right? Because if this is the position of something in the game, then what is this thing? What's 7749? That is another entity, right? And that entity is the zone that we're in, which defines the fact that the name of this zone is lighting test. So I have linkages between entities by the fact that certain components have entity references in them. And I don't know if that's the best or not. It's just something that seemed natural to me. So that's pretty much it for hierarchy within my ECS, is that components can have entity references to other components. Or entity references and those entities will have other components. You forgot to go to the office? Well, that seems major, playing with scissors. Or scissors. I'm going to be saying scissors for a while. I'm slow in changing the names I use. It's mostly a C++ thing. Sounds like data-driven. Just read some basic intro from a book. It's more than just C++. Anything where you're going to be accessing, large sections of data, if you access them in a predictable pattern that a caching system could compatible with it, then you'll make it faster, whether it's C++ or something else. All right, I think I'm done chatting. It was really nice chatting with you guys today and working on this stuff. And hello, A squared, would you like a sword? Here, have a sword. I don't need the sword. I can get another one if I can find the dude. That's the healer. Where's my guard dude? Is he hiding around? Yeah, there he is. Hello, may I have a sword, please? Yes. Thank you. Goodbye. Stay safe. I'm not going to give up my chicken, though. The chicken is mine. I can drop it on the ground and taunt you with it, but then I'll pick it up before you can get to me. Ha 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 ha! Wow. Thank you for the sub, Venix. I appreciate the support. How would one theoretically select a slot? If you want to, the only thing you can do in the inventory is you can click and drag to move between slots like that, and right-click drops it. And I don't want to drop my chicken when you're standing right there, so I'll drop it. No, my chicken. Drop my chicken by right-clicking, right, and then I pick up with the G key. I'm going to expand that later to allow splitting stacks, and also you'll have more space and you'll have bags and all that, but I don't have it yet. So thank you again for the sub, by the way. You're now a member of the chat aristocracy. I guess so. I know, it does put a smile on my face, and anyone else's face that you subscribe to. Very generous of you to give your Prime sub to a streamer. All right. That's it, folks. I'll be back tomorrow, hopefully. Probably doing more. Well, I don't know. If I feel like it, I'll do more refactoring, but because I really should, because this is still big, and there are other files that need attention. But it's always kind of draining to do refactoring, so I might pick something fun to do in the game somewhere else, but we'll figure it out. Let me find someone else to raid now. Ooh, I got an achievement of some kind. Hold on, let me see what it is. I got an achievement. Get 50 people chatting at one time. Well, that's interesting. You know what? I think ironically, I have the bots to thank for that. Yeah, A squared. Well, thank you, bot person, for getting me a VIP badge unlocked. Who shall we give the VIP badges to? I have... How many do I have to give out now? how do you know how many VIP slots you have? I guess you just hand them out until you have no more. Well, we promoted Toulouse in a sense, right? I don't know. Let's see who is in chat. Oh, I can VIP Postal Rat. Postal Rat's been here a while. Wait, we'll hand out VIP slots. And who else? Who else is a regular in here that I recognize? Pickled Pacuti. I've seen you before. We'll just make you a VIP also. There we go. How many more of these badges can I hand out? Nui has a badge, yes. I get the terms confused all the time playing this because there's viewers versus chatters, yeah. I understand chatters actually have to be chatting. Oh, why doesn't A squared have a badge? There you go, A squared. Fix that. I'm trying to keep the badges and give them out to people who I recognize have been here a lot, but I might be missing some people. I'll probably just review chat later and see if I missed anyone. Or maybe I'll ask my moderators later. Yeah, you got pretty gems. All thanks to the spammer guy. Message 2 because Twitch chat takes 2 messages. Yes. Look at all those nice gems there. Yeah, chat box. Yeah, let's show that to who. Well, no, let's not. Let's not feed the trolls anymore. I need to remember not to feed the trolls. Ooh, the following page is really different now. I don't know if I like that. Well, at least I can see who's streaming. How about we raid Robert Tables? I haven't raided him in a while. Let me just peek to see if his stream is still going. Oh yeah, everything is messed up. I can't tell how long it's been streaming because they changed it. Now the Ranker Phase Z and BTTV is all broken. And do dark mode? Oh. New and scary, yes. Could be, yeah, it could be a problem with OneNote. Interesting. Well, I try my best to get my notes out. If the OneNote online doesn't work, I'm sorry. Alright, I'm gonna be rating Mr. Robert Tables as soon as... Okay, I'm done with the ad, and now I can press the button. And Robert Tables looks like it's working on... I'm not sure. It says throw together Thursday and a little extra software. Women in Tech.online heroines. I'm not sure what we're getting into, but it's software development, and that's all that matters, right, my friends? Okay. Hitting the button, here we go. So I hope you all have a great day. If I missed your chat, I'm sorry. There's a lot of chat today, and I'm sure I missed a lot. And in the future, try not to feel bad if I don't see your chat. You can always respond and tag me if I miss it, to make sure I'll see it, because I literally hear a sound if you tag me in chat. So anyway, I hope you guys all have a great day, and I will see you tomorrow. Okay, bye.